Chapter 188 Attack. Jiang Li watched everything on the screen. Because of Wang Zhuiying's words, the 200,000 soldiers of King Jin didn't make a move. The two sides faced off in the air. It was as if he could kill the other party with his gaze. Jiang Li looked at Wang Zhuiying on the screen and sneered, "You're just delaying the war." Obviously. In fact, Prince Jin was very scared. He was scared of Jiang Li's army. He was worried that Jiang Li would really team up with Wang Zhuiying and set a trap to attack him. So, he was being cautious. Prince Jin didn't attack Dachang City immediately. At this moment, on the peak of Dachang Mountain, I knew it. When Guo Yi saw this, he said, "Wang Zhuiying is really full of tricks. He's actually talking nonsense. When did we work with him?" Most importantly, Prince Jin actually believed in such nonsense and didn't make a move. "So why don't we retreat first?" Guo Yi turned around and said to Index 01. Index 01 merely cast a cold glance at Guo Yi and did not say anything. However, it made Guo Yi gulp and feel a chill in his heart. He shut his mouth and did not dare to spout any more nonsense. Ha 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 ha. Wang Zhuiying stood on the city wall and laughed as if he was very confident. "Prince Jin, what's wrong? Why don't you dare to make a move? Are you starting to be afraid? Where's your morale? Aren't you very arrogant? Ha 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 ha." After that, the rebel soldiers' collective wild laughter rang out. Wang Zhuiying. Jin's face was gloomy. "There's no need to rush." Monarch Jin had already calmed down and said slowly, "It doesn't matter if Jiang Li is working with Wang Zhuiying or not. Wang Zhuiying is in Dachang City right now. The rebels can't go anywhere. No one can run away. Let's find Jiang Li's army first." "Yes." Jin He nodded and immediately issued an order. He divided into more than a dozen small teams and scattered to search the surrounding area. Several of the small teams were heading in the direction of Great Chang City. Wang Zhuiying looked at the actions of King Jin's army and frowned. Obviously, his words wouldn't drag on for long. However, Wang Zhuiying felt that since Jiang Li and the Great Qin dynasty were like fire and water, if his army was found by the Jin dynasty's army, he might really be able to find a way to team up with Jiang Li and fight against the Jin dynasty's army. After all, Jiang Li's army was also a rebel army for the dynasty. There's no need to wait. Jiang Li looked at the screen and said in a deep voice, "Let's do it." "Yes." Index 01 and GJS 01 both nodded. Mechanical artillery's ready. Attack. Boom. 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 In the Dachang Mountain, the 2,400 mech artilleries formed an artillery formation, including 410 mech artilleries that were at the perfected stage of Type 2. In an instant, the cannonballs were fired and the bombs flew into the air at a very fast speed. Then, they directly fell on the position of the king's army and exploded. Rumble. A deafening explosion was heard. The explosion of the cannonball was extremely dazzling and contained a terrifying amount of energy. The shrapnel exploded and tore apart the bodies and armors of the human soldiers. Fut! 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 Ah! A shrill scream rang out. Just one round of cannon fire had caused the death of at least 10,000 soldiers. Such destructive power was too terrifying. "It's an enemy attack." Jin's pupils shrank and he shouted, "Hurry up! Set up the formation. Over there. The enemy's attack is coming from that mountain." Buzz. Buzz. Roar. The murderous military chi gathered and a level 2 military formation was formed. A military formation beast was formed and a huge black bull with a single horn appeared in the sky above the army. The vicious beast Kuei. Grade 2 Kuei Cow Army Formation. Boom. The Kuei bull roared and soared into the sky. Its hooves stepped in the air, knocking away the artillery shells that were coming at it. The artillery shells exploded in the air. When Wang Zhuiying saw this, he muttered, "Jiang Li's army is hiding in Dachang Mountain." Just like the Half-Monster Alliance's intelligence, Jiang Li has a powerful weapon of war. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, the power of this weapon of war is truly terrifying. It actually killed over 10,000 soldiers in an instant. It's simply unbelievable. My lord. He Dinglin whispered into Wang Zhuiying's ear, should we find an opportunity to attack? No need. Since Jiangli chose to fight with King Jin's army, Wang Zhuiying said, let them fight first. We'll just watch from the side. Lu Yun smiled. This Jiangli is really impulsive. He launched an attack on King Jin's army without hesitation. But it's good. When King Jin's army and Jiangli's army are finished and both sides are injured, we'll leave the city to clean up the mess. That's right. Yu Shanhe nodded. Jiangli is a good person. Ha 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 ha. Wang Zhuiying and the others burst out laughing. Obviously. Wang Zhuiying and the others thought that they had seen through everything, that they were already in control of the situation. Kill. All troops, charge. Rumble. The ground was shaking. At this moment, Index 01 charged at the front. He led close to 100,000 mechs. There were 80,000 perfected stage level 1 mechs, more than 10,000 early stage level 2 mechs, and thousands of perfected stage level 2 mechs. They formed an army that was like a torrent. They launched a frontal assault on King Jin's army. Kill. Archers, get ready. Prepare the siege crossbows. Fire. Whoosh. 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 At the back of King Jin's army, tens of thousands of archers drew their bows and shot tens of thousands of sharp arrows at Jiangli's mech army. Da. The firearm mech fired crazily, and countless bullets formed a rain that poured down, but they were blocked by the rank 2 Kuei army formation. Boom. Boom. The tank mechs, machine guns and shells were also blocked by the army. Roar. The Kuei bull roared, its might monstrous. Ah. Screams rang out. The formation had absorbed the blood and internal force of many soldiers. Although it had blocked a large number of cannonballs and bullets, it had also caused many soldiers to die from the backlash. Clang, 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 clang. The mechs used their skills and blocked the arrows. Some of them were not blocked, but they were only slightly injured. Thump. Thump. Catcha. However, the siege crossbows were too powerful. Although the mechs could knock away the arrows, they couldn't block the arrows. Of course. Just one arrow wasn't enough to make a perfected stage level 1 mech useless. At most, it would be damaged more. It would take at least 3 arrows to make it useless. What? Jinhe and the others looked at the battlefield with a puzzled expression. They muttered, why didn't Jiangli's army set up a battle formation? Or do they not know how to use military formations? Also, why don't I feel any chi and blood or internal force from these soldiers? However, their speed, strength, etc. far exceed that of ordinary people. It's really strange. So, it's true that Jiangli has mastered the ancient puppet technique. These soldiers might be puppets created by Jiangli. Although these puppet soldiers are very strong, they do not have the protection of an army formation, so they cannot block long-range attacks. On the contrary, although Jiangli's war weapons are powerful, they are blocked by a rank 2 Kuei Kao formation. They can't cause a lot of casualties. Also, Jiangli only has 100,000 soldiers, but we have 200,000. We have the advantage. The commanders of King Jin's army discussed and analyzed the situation. However, the next moment, they quickly changed their minds. Sprint, charge. Woo 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 woo. Index 01 activated his skill and the light of the skill flashed across his body. His huge body was like a hill as he charged forward. Although it was 16 meters long and looked like a giant beast, it was extremely fast and agile. It crossed thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. Kill. The psionic Imperial Crocodile Knight leaped from the back of the psionic Imperial Crocodile soldier. He held a huge psionic heavy sword in his hand and jumped into the sky. Immediately after, the psionic energy gathered and attached itself to the psionic Imperial Crocodile heavy sword. It spat out a dark sword light as it raised its hand and slashed forward, drawing a bright sword light. Roar. Boom. As the heavy sword slashed down, it was as if it was cutting through a piece of tofu. It easily shattered the Kuei Kaos formed by the Grade 2 Kuei Kao army formation. The Kuei let out a sorrowful cry and exploded. A single sword had shattered the army formation. Ah! The soldiers cried out miserably as the formation shattered. The mist that enveloped the entire army gradually dissipated, and at least several thousand soldiers died from the backlash of their formation being broken. It's rank 3. Wen Zhuiying shouted in shock. There's a third rank expert. This buy-in. The commanders of King Jin's army were also shocked. Kill. Shake. Cold weapon mastery. Electric energy control. Da-da 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 da-da. With the destruction of the Stage 2 battle formation, nearly 80,000 matched at the perfected stage of Stage 1 charged into King Jin's army. The two sides fought in close quarters. Fut. 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 At this moment, the match at the perfected stage of level 1 displayed their powerful strength and started a one-sided massacre. Every time they attacked, they would take away a soldier. Boon. 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 At the same time, the cannonballs came and exploded in the crowd of King Jin's army. Ah! Continuous screams sounded. Boon. Boon. The electric-powered mechs and mechanical rangers, the early stage of Stage 2 troops, entered the battlefield like tigers entering a flock of sheep, forming a destructive offensive. The tank mech drove into the battlefield. Shells were fired and machine guns were fired. Thousands of bullets per minute formed a meat grinder on the battlefield. It could be seen. The muzzles of the tank's machine guns seemed to be shooting out fire. The enemies were all beaten into sieves. The Great Circle of Rank 1. These soldiers are all at the perfected stage of Stage 1. Rank 2. Nearly 10,000 Rank 2 experts. There's still the Great Circle of Rank 2. Thousands of people at the Great Circle of Tier 2. Heavens! What a terrifying army! How can he win? Fear. Trembling. Horrifying. At this moment, Jian Li's mech army showed its powerful combat power and formed a crushing battle. The 200,000 soldiers of King Jin's army couldn't fight back at all. Chapter 189 Capture. Good, very good. Jian Li looked at the battlefield and nodded slightly. He was very satisfied with the results of the Crocodile Emperor Legion. At the same time, he was observing the entire battlefield carefully. Obviously, everything was as Jian Li expected. With the Crocodile Emperor army's strength, 100,000 mechs were enough to crush King Jin's army, even if King Jin's army was twice the size of the Crocodile Emperor army. However, Jian Li's mechs were all above perfected stage level 1. In terms of quality, they were far superior to King Jin's army. Of course, since the mechs didn't have blood chi or internal force, the enemy couldn't tell their true strength before they fought. It was only after an official battle that the enemies would realize. These soldiers were actually all at the perfected stage of level 1. The nightmare began. Boon. 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 On the battlefield, the artillery kept firing shells and the biochemical mechs used biochemical toxins. The toxic mist spread and infected the soldiers of King Jin's army, turning them into walking corpses. Roar. The zombie puppet roared and turned around to kill the soldiers of King Jin's army. Tear the enemy to pieces. Bang. Indake 01 charged at the front. With Indake 01's abilities as a perfected stage rank 3 and being an elite soldier, there was no one who could stop him when he charged into the battlefield. Fut. 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 The giant sword swept across, cutting the human soldiers in half. Blood splattered everywhere. Corpses flew everywhere. Roar. The psionic Imperial Crocodile soldier roared, and the sound waves seemed to have materialized. Its thick, sharp claws tore the ground apart, and its huge tail swept across. One by one, the soldiers were swept away. Their chests caved in, and they fell to the ground, dead. Whoosh! 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 GJS-01 fired out arrows one after another. The sharp arrows pierced through the air, killing the commanders of King Jin's army from a long distance. Many commanders died under the arrows of GJS-01. Not only that, the perfected stage level 2 mechs also started killing. The smell of blood spread, and their camouflage uniforms were covered with the blood of their enemies. Ah! Ginny screamed in pain. He tried to stop Indane 01, but before he could get close, he was swept away by the psionic Imperial crocodile soldier's tail. A few of his ribs were broken, and he fell to the ground. He spat out blood, and he was on the verge of death. Tragic. It was too tragic. The two sides were not on the same level at all. How did this happen? Monarch Jin's entire body was trembling. He stood on the luxurious carriage and watched the scene on the battlefield. He saw with his own eyes that his soldiers were dying one by one, and his commander was falling one by one. On the battlefield, Indake 01's figure caused Prince Jin to tremble. He was like a god of war. At this moment, Dachang City. Oh my god, am I dreaming? He Dinglin stood on the city wall of Dachang City. His eyes were wide open as he stared straight at the battlefield outside the city. He didn't know when his legs had started to tremble. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can Jiangli's army be so powerful? Yu Shanhe screamed. His face was pale. There are 200,000 soldiers. They only hurt Jiangli's army at the beginning, but they were completely crushed after the rank 2 Kuei-Kao formation was broken. It's too terrifying. Gulp. In the surroundings, the sound of the rebel soldiers swallowing their saliva could be heard. King Jin's army lost. King Jin's army has already lost. They can't win. They can't win at all. Jiangli's soldiers are too strong. They are really too strong. Lu Yun said while trembling. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly. Ha 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 ha. Wen Zhuiying laughed loudly. His smile was full of bitterness. Ridiculous, this is ridiculous. I thought that both Jiangli and Prince Jin would be injured and that I would clean up the mess. What bullshit fight between the crane and the clan? You're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You're overestimating your own strength. I'm afraid that Jiangli didn't take us seriously from the beginning. He didn't want to attack earlier because he wanted to minimize the losses. But I'm still deluding myself of cleaning up the mess. Don't you guys think this is too funny? Wang Zhuiying looked at He Dinglin and the others. My lord. He Dinglin and the others were stunned, not knowing what to say. It was true. No matter what kind of scheme or layout you had in the face of absolute power, it was all fake. Jiangli was crushing them with the Crocodile Emperor Legion. No matter how cunning you were, it was useless. On the battlefield, King Jin's army had been completely defeated by the Thiech Crocodile army. Some of the soldiers had even lost their will and dropped their weapons, kneeling and begging for mercy. However, the Mech didn't care if they begged for mercy. Even if they dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground, they would still kill the soldiers who begged for mercy without Jiangli's order. He showed no mercy. Run for your lives. These people are all cold-blooded and heartless demons. It's useless to surrender and beg for mercy. If you want to live, run. It could be seen. The remaining soldiers had already thrown away their helmets and armors, trying to reduce the weight on their bodies as much as possible. They immediately scattered and fled in all directions. Go all out and kill them. Don't leave a single one alive. Indake 01 shouted. Kill. Shua. Shua. The Mech chased at full speed. With the mobility and flexibility of the mechanical rangers, they caught up with the fleeing soldiers one by one. As the soldiers fled, the army naturally collapsed. Indake 01 had already arrived in front of Prince Jin. I surrender. Surrender. Plop. Monarch Jin knelt on the ground without hesitation. His clothes were in a mess and he didn't look like a regional king at all. He shouted, I surrender. I'm willing to submit to Lord Jiangli. From now on, Jinwen County belongs to Lord Jiangli and I'm his dog. Indake 01 stopped and looked at the intel mech that was recording the battle. It was asking for Jiangli's order. Kill him. Jiangli looked at Prince Jin on the screen and said, Kill. The intel mech gestured to Indake 01 and drew a line on his neck with his right hand. I understand. Indake 01 nodded. Buzz. He activated his psionic energy, raised the heavy sword in his hand, and slashed at Prince Jin. You. Monarch Jin's pupils contracted. Sure. The next moment, Monarch Jin's figure flickered. As if he had teleported, he disappeared from his original spot in an instant and reappeared 100 meters away in the next moment. Boom. Index 01 slash missed. The slash that was imbued with mechanical psionic energy landed on the ground, creating a ravine that was tens of meters long. Ah. Boom. Prince Jin's luxurious carriage was also torn to pieces by the psionic sword light. Screams came from inside the carriage and blood splattered everywhere. Several corpses fell to the ground. These corpses were all Prince Jin's concubines and palace maids. They died just like that, like fish in the moat. Buzz. Buzz. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathered. Around Monarch Jin's body, a green inborn true chi flickered. The aura of a late-stage rank 3 expert was released, forming an inborn realm. Jiang Li. Prince Jin's aura had completely changed. His eyes were cold. With a wave of his right hand, he took out a soft sword from his waist belt. After pouring his Yanqianjin Qi into it, the sword shone with a sharp light. Late stage level 3. Prince Jin is actually a carnate martial artist at late stage level 3. Wang Zhuiying's eyes widened and he exclaimed, how could Prince Jin be a late stage 3rd level inborn warrior? Why didn't I get any information about him? Sigh. Prince Jin has hidden himself so deeply. If Jiang Li didn't show up, we wouldn't be able to defeat him at all. He's just a level 3 King Jin. I'm afraid we'll lose for sure. He Dinglin and the others said in shock. Obviously. Wang Zhuiying and the others thought that they had everything planned out, but they didn't know that they were the stupidest ones. In Prince Jin's eyes, the so-called rebel army was nothing to be worried about. So, that's why he brought his concubines here for fun when he was marching and fighting. Of course. This was also because he himself was extremely lustful. In reality, it was also because of Prince Jin's own powerful strength that he was able to suppress Jin He and the other city lords of the Jinwen County and secure his position as the Zhongwen. Otherwise, based on the various temperaments that Prince Jin had shown, Jin He and the others would have long thought of ways to get Prince Jin out of his position. Unfortunately, Jiang Li's appearance completely disrupted Prince Jin's plan. He experienced what it meant to be crushed by absolute strength and what it meant to be in deep despair. His army of 200,000 was nothing in front of Jiang Li's mech army. This feeling, it was too despairing. Late stage rank 3. What? Jiang Li was a little surprised to see Prince Jin's true strength. He's only at the late stage of level 3. He can't do much. Index 01, settle this as soon as possible. Jiang Li said. Temporary Commander, the regional king has ordered you to resolve this as soon as possible. Go. The information mech shouted. Yes. Index 01 nodded. Jiang Li. Jiang Li. Monarch Jin shouted and looked around. He wanted to find Jiang Li, but he couldn't find anything. His eyes finally fell on the intel mech and he charged at him. The information mech's transmission function was something that Monarch Jin couldn't understand. Furthermore, Jiang Liyuan was in the city lord's mansion in Great Xia City. How could Monarch Jin find it? Boom. Index 01 raised the psionic rocket launcher and aimed it at Monarch Jin. It fired a single shot and the psionic shell flew across the sky. Hurry up. It was very fast. Monarch Jin's pupils contracted. Clang, clang, clang. Monarch Jin brandished the longsword in his hand and slashed out countless green sword beams, forming an illusionary sword dance that blocked Index 01's psionic cannonball. Boom. The shell exploded and the shockwave sent Prince Jin flying. Phut. Monarch Jin's face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. How can he be so strong? Monarch Jin was terrified. They had only exchanged one move and he had been injured by the explosion. Run. Sure. He didn't think much about it. Monarch Jin turned around and ran. His fat body was extremely strong and he used some kind of lightness skill. In the blink of an eye, he had covered a distance of more than 1,000 meters. Sprint, charge. Rumble. Index 01 gave chase at full speed and caught up with Monarch Jin in the blink of an eye. Psionic energy control. Buzz. After that, a vast amount of mechanical psionic energy was released from Index 01's body. It spread out and formed a psionic domain enveloping Monarch Jin. No. Monarch Jin screamed in horror. Phut. Catcher. Catcher. A strange twisting and destructive force surged and acted on Monarch Jin's body. Even if Monarch Jin used all his innate true chi, he would not be able to resist it. Finally, his body was twisted into a twisted shape. He had fallen. Buzz. Soon after, a white light spot flew out of Monarch Jin's body like a firefly. It was a level 3 soul tinder. He had successfully captured it through the mech. Chapter 190 captured. A level 3 soul tinder has dropped. Jiang Li was overjoyed. Shua. Acquired a tier 3 soul tinder. The notification flashed before his eyes. Not bad, not bad. I'm happy. Jiang Li smiled. He was in a good mood. With the fall of Monarch Jin, half an hour later, the war was over. The battle lasted for several hours. It was already close to evening. Jiang Li's mech army won the battle and annihilated 200,000 of King Jin's army. Corpses were everywhere outside Dachang City. The battlefield was full of holes created by artillery shells. The ground was charred and smoke was rising. The smell of blood and smoke in the air was heavy. Immediately after, Jiang Li opened the Dominator panel. The combat power of 200,000 soldiers of King Jin's army was far from that of 200,000 barbarian soldiers. The gap between the two sides was not small. As a result, the number of soul tinders dropped was much less. Soul tinder. Jiang Li only got 2,000 level 1 soul tinders, 50 level 2 soul tinders, and 1 level 3 soul tinder this time. As a result, in addition to the remaining soul fire seeds, Jiang Li had 2,000 level 1 soul fire seeds, 53 level 2 soul fire seeds, and 3 level 3 soul fire seeds. After taking care of King Jin's army, Jiang Li set his eyes on Dachang City. His next target would be the rebels hiding in Dachang City. Open the city gates. At this moment, Wang Zhuiying waved his hand and gave the order. My lord, why did you open the city gate? Everyone was stunned. Of course it's to welcome our allies into the city. Wang Zhuiying shouted. This Bayan. He Dinglin and the others looked at each other. Wang Zhuiying. Jiang Li looked at the video. The gate of Dachang City was slowly opening. Wang Zhuiying stood on the wall and shouted to Jiang Li's mech army. Ladies and gentlemen, you must be Prince Jiang Li's army. I'm Wang Zhuiying, the leader of the army. I'd like to thank you for annihilating King Jin's army. In fact, we should be on the same side, Wang Zhuiying continued. We shouldn't be enemies, but allies who can help each other. I know that Lord Jiang Li has been targeted by King Qian, and so have we. We've been dissatisfied with King Qian's rule for a long time, so we rose up and vowed to overthrow King Qian and establish a new dynasty. My dear Commander Prince Jiang Li, I sincerely hope that we can become friends and allies. We can work together to fight against King Qian. To show my sincerity, I will open the city gate and welcome the Alliance army. Outside Dachang City, the Thiege Crocodile army regrouped. Whoosh! Immediately after, Jiang Li used 9,530 energy points to repair all the damaged mechs. A white light flashed on the mechs and they were all healed. Even the blood on their bodies was gone. It looked brand new. Index 01 was standing right in front of the army. Alliance army. Haha, I'm not interested. Attack. Jiang Li sneered and gave the order to attack the city. Attack and take Dachang City. Yes. Kill. All troops, charge. Rumble. Index 01, a large number of mechs at the perfected stage of level 2, took the lead and charged toward Dachang City. Fire the cannons. Boom. 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 In an instant, at the artillery position in Dachang Mountain, the mechanical artilleries adjusted their angles and aimed at Dachang City. Thousands of cannonballs were fired and fell into the city. Rumble. The shells exploded in the city, destroying buildings and setting them on fire. Many of the rebel soldiers on the city walls were killed by the shells. Ah! A miserable scream rang out. Damn it! Wang Zhuiying's face darkened. Quickly set up the formation. Get ready to defend the city. Whoosh! The murderous aura of the army gathered. Roar! The black battle formation light mist appeared and condensed into a battle formation based in the air. It roared continuously and was extremely powerful. It was a huge black octopus. The ferocious beast demonic seal. Bang 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 bang. The octopus's tentacles danced, blasting the cannonballs away and causing them to explode in the air. The shock waves from the explosions bombarded the army formation, causing a violent tremor. Phut! Some of the rebel soldiers vomited blood as they suffered the backlash from the battle formation. Psionic rocket cannon. Boom! Index-01 lifted the psionic rocket launcher. Mechanical psionic energy gathered and condensed into psionic shells. They were then fired at the beast demonic chapter in the air. Boom! The psionic cannonball hit the demonic chapter and exploded. The energy exploded and produced a vast shock wave, directly blasting the demonic chapter into pieces. Ah! The Stage 2 army formation was broken. Many of the rebel soldiers cried out in pain. There were many casualties. The army formation has been broken. It was broken just like that. He Dinglin and the others looked terrified. How can he be so strong? Wang Zhuiying's face was pale and filled with despair. At this very moment, he finally experienced what Prince Jin felt at that time. What was powerlessness, what was the despair of powerlessness, and what was the power to destroy the dead? Kill. Rumble. All the troops charged. Index-01 was at the forefront, leading the mech army to attack Dachang City from the front. Stone throwing. Hurry up. Throw the boulder down. Smash them to death. Smash it hard. Hurry. Boon. 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 On both sides of the dangerous path, a large number of rebel soldiers stood on the cliff and threw huge rocks down at the mech army. Whoosh. 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 At the same time, the archers released their arrows, forming a rain of arrows. Psionic energy control. Whoosh. Index-01 released mechanical psionic energy. Vast amounts of psionic energy spread out, forming a dark psionic domain that covered the sky, forming a twisted and destructive force. Bang 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 bang. The falling rocks were crushed. Electric energy control. Catcher. Catcher. Immediately after, the electric mech released his skill and countless electric lights appeared, forming a huge electric net. The net intertwined and shattered the falling rocks. Boom. 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 The main battle tank lifted its gun barrel and shattered the giant rock in the air. The mech army continued to push forward. Sprint, charge. Buzz. Index-01 activated his skill. The light from the skill flashed and his huge and burly body was like a hill as he charged forward. Hurry up. It was extremely fast. The falling boulders were immediately shattered and the sharp arrows that were shot through the air were sent flying. The arrows from the giant crossbows were unable to cause much damage to Index-01. It could be seen. Index-01 immediately charged out of the dangerous path and killed its way to the gates of Dachang City. Psionic heavy sword slash. Buzz. The psionic Imperial Crocodile Knight gathered mechanical psionic energy and attached it to the psionic Imperial Crocodile sword in its hand. The psionic energy was almost condensed to the extreme, as if it was solid, and it flashed with a dark sword light. The next moment, under the gaze of the rebel army, the psionic Imperial Crocodile Knight's sword slashed down. In that instant, it formed a psionic sword light that was dozens of meters long in the shape of a half-moon and then directly slashed at the gate and city wall of Dachang City. Catcher. Catcher. Rumble. The city gate exploded and the city wall was cut in half by the sword. The terrifying power spread forward and a huge sword mark that was 100 meters long was cut out. One sword. The city wall was cut down with one sword. Wang Zhuiying looked at this scene and was completely lost in thought. This is too awesome. Guo Yi looked on with a dazed expression. Kill. At this moment, GJS-01 and many perfected stage level 2 mechs followed Index-01 closely. They rushed out of the narrow path and arrived at Dachang City. Attack. The city wall was cut in half by the sword. The mech army charged straight into Dachang City. Kill. Yu Shanhe and the rest roared in anger as they leaped down from the city wall. Chained falcon arrows. Whoosh. Whoosh. GJS-01 used his skill and fired a series of arrows, instantly killing Yu Shanhe. The arrow pierced through Yu Shanhe's head and his body fell to the ground. Mountain River. Lu Yun wailed. Boon. The giant tail of the psionic imperial crocodile weapon swept across. Before Lu Yun could react, he saw a huge black shadow covering his eyes. The next moment, his head exploded from the blow of the crocodile's tail. He died immediately. Rumble. Soon after, the tank mechs, electric mechs, and early-stage level 2 mechanical rangers killed their way through the dangerous road and entered Dachang City. It's over, it's all over. On the mountain peak of the dangerous path, the rebel soldiers looked at the Great Chang City in a daze. They could clearly see that the Great Chang City was gradually being conquered and there was no way to turn this situation around. Boon. 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 Suddenly, cannonballs flew in the air. Under Jiangli's order, the mechanical artilleries adjusted their trajectories. The cannonballs that were supposed to bomb the city wall fell on the cliff. Rumble. The cannonballs exploded on the cliff, sending flames into the sky. The hot shrapnel tore through the air, tearing the bodies of the rebel soldiers apart. Ah! Miserable screams rang out continuously. Many of the rebel soldiers on the cliff were killed by the explosion. His body fell from the cliff into the narrow heavenly path. Nearly 80,000 affected stage level 1 mechs charged into Dachang City. Wang Zhuiying led the rebel army to fight back, but it was just a last-ditch struggle. An hour later, the 100,000 rebel soldiers in Dachang City were all annihilated. Phut. Wang Zhuiying's head was cut off by Index-01. Who tilde tilde who tilde who tilde. Phew. Jiangli looked at the scenes of the battlefield and took a deep breath. He felt much more relaxed. I won. I won. Jiangli murmured. 200,000 soldiers from King Jin's army and 100,000 rebels fought for the whole afternoon and finally won. We also lost tens of thousands of mechs. However, it was all worth it. With the destruction of Jin Wang's army and rebel army, the entire Jin Wang county has fallen into my hands. Next, it's time to reap the rewards. Index-01, lead the mech army to clean up the battlefield, collect the spoils of war, and plunder the wealth and resources in Dachang City. Let's go to the city of Jin Wang County immediately. Jiangli ordered. Yes. Index-01 nodded in response. At this moment, on the other side, on the shore of the Azure Spirit Lake, the water in the lake surged, and on the surface of the lake, huge ships appeared. On the ships were well-equipped demon soldiers with powerful auras and shocking killing intent. An army of 300,000 demons. All troops, disembark. Qi Yinyang stood on the deck of the first ship and looked forward. The ship stopped by the lakeshore and lined up in a row. Chapter 191 Infiltration. In addition to the rebel soldiers, there were also a large number of civilians in Dachang City. These civilians were physically weak. They hid in their houses and did not dare to come out. However, some of the more courageous ones would secretly peek through the cracks of the door. Ahem. Guo Yi coughed and walked out of the mech army. He found a conspicuous place and looked around. Dear residents of Dachang City, I'm Guo Yi, the Castellan of the Great Xia County's Hope City. I'm also the most loyal subordinate of the Great Xia County's Prince Jiangli. You've seen it with your own eyes. The 200,000 Jin soldiers outside the city and the 100,000 rebels in the city were all killed by the army of the Commander Prince Jiangli. That is to say, from today on, Dachang City and even the entire Jinwen County will belong to the territory of the Jianli Commander Prince. You will also become the residents of his territory. In the surroundings, there was silence. Guo Yi had said a lot just now, but the residents were still hiding in their houses. They did not dare to come out at all. They even acted as if they had not heard him. After all, during this period of time, Dachang City changed hands one after another. The original city lord was killed, then taken over by the rebel army, and now it was taken over by Jiangli's troops. Who knew if the city lord would change hands again after a while? Guo Yi was a little embarrassed. After experiencing so many disasters, it would probably take a long time for Dachang City to get back on track. It also needed a wise and capable city lord. Unfortunately, Jiangli didn't have any outstanding talents under him, so he could only do this for now. As for how to manage the city, he would think about it later. Soon after, the mech started to clean up the battlefield. There were too many bodies, so they piled up into a small mountain and burned them. Thick smoke rose into the sky. Within the city, the residents looked at the mountain of bodies that were burned, and their eyes were filled with fear. They had never seen such a scene before. There were nearly 300,000 bodies. Luo Yuan is not here. If Luo Yuan was here, she could have set up a blood refining array and obtained a large number of blood refining pills. Jiangli thought. After cleaning up the battlefield, the mechs entered the city and sent some of them to guard the city wall. Guo Yi found a resident of Dachang City and asked him to lead the way to search for wealth and resources. Of course, the residents of Dachang City naturally did not dare to disobey. Sure. On the Dominator interface, Jiangli opened the Dominator panel while the mechs were searching and clicked on the Soul Tinder. After killing the 100,000 rebels, Jiangli had 3,000 level 1 Soul Tinders, 83 level 2 Soul Tinders, and 3 level 3 Soul Tinders. In other words, out of the 100,000 rebel soldiers, 1,000 level 1 Soul Tinders and 30 level 2 Soul Tinders dropped. Fuse. Buzz. Fuse. Jiangli activated the Soul Tinder fusion function. The fusion interface appeared in front of him. 10 grey level 1 Soul Tinders were arranged in a line and slowly fused. Merging in progress. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7. The countdown ended. Fusion successful. Fusion failed. Fusion failed. 3,000 level 1 Soul Tinders could be fused 300 times in total. It took Jiangli more than 10 minutes to fuse all of them. He had failed 200 times and succeeded 100 times. He had obtained 100 stage 2 Soul Tinders. The success rate was 1/3. Fuse the second stage Soul Tinder. Buzz. Jiangli continued to merge, but this time it wasn't level 1 Soul Fire Seeds, but level 2 Soul Fire Seeds. The merging interface showed up. 10 black level 2 Soul Fire Seeds were lined up and slowly moved toward the center. Merging in progress. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7. The countdown ended. Fusion failed. Fusion successful. Fusion failed. The notifications appeared again and again. 183 level 2 Soul Tinders, a total of 18 fusions. The fusion took less than a few minutes, and he failed 15 times and succeeded 3 times. In other words, Jiangli got 3 level 3 Soul Tinders. 6 pills. Jiangli looked at the number of level 3 Soul Tinders in the Soul Tinder column. There were already 6 of them. He was only 3 away from 9. I'm still a third away from the target. Jiangli smiled. As long as I have 9 level 3 Soul Tinders and 100 million energy points, I can start the level 3 mechanical army. The night came. The resources and wealth of Dachang City had been plundered by the mechs, and most of them were gathered in the city lord's mansion. It was obvious that Wang Zhuiying and the others had already plundered the city and gathered all the wealth and resources in the city lord's mansion. Furthermore, Jiangli not only got the resources in Dachang City, but also the resources in Yonghe City, which were all brought by Wen Zhuyin. GJS-01, you will lead a 10,000-man force to escort these resources back to the Great Xia City. Go. Jiangli ordered. Yes. GJS-01 nodded. The escort team led by GJS-01 rushed through the night. The large military transport trucks activated their treading on flat ground skill and rushed back to the Great Xia City at full speed. At the same time, Indake-01 led the Thiech Crocodile Army and left Dachang City. They headed to the county city of Jinwen County. All the mechs had left Dachang City. They just left like that. Aren't they going to send troops to guard the place? This Bayan. In Dachang City, the residents walked out of their houses and looked at the mech army that was disappearing into the night. Everyone. At this moment, a young man with a delicate face walked out from the crowd and said to the crowd, no matter what the matter and the result are, or what the future of Dachang City will be like, we still have to find a way to survive. For everyone's safety, let's send some people to patrol the city walls at night to prevent any bandits from entering the city and robbing. Yep. In fact, it doesn't matter to us who the city lord of Dachang City is. After all, we are all civilians at the bottom of the hierarchy. It's enough to have a place to settle down. Aye. Speaking of which, all these years, everything has been fine in Jinwen County. Why would there be a rebel army all of a sudden? I heard that Yonghe City has become an empty city. Our Dachang City can be considered to be quite good. And that Jiangli is really powerful. He annihilated King Jin's army in Dachang City with only 100,000 soldiers. I think both the rebels and Jiangli will be finished when the Great Qian dynasty is free. Who knows? The crowd was in a heated discussion. Some were sighing, while others were rejoicing. The county city of Qingjin County was not far from Dachang City. In reality, Dachang City was located in the middle of Jinwen County. The county city was not far from the border between Jinwen County and Fallen Phoenix County, and there was a Fallen Phoenix mountain range in between. Further in Fallen Phoenix County was a Green Mountain County. After passing through Qingshan County, he would enter the Royal Guard County. After crossing the Royal Guard County, he would arrive at the imperial capital of the Great Qian dynasty, where King Qian lived. The capital? There were 1 million troops and 100,000 imperial guards. There were also experts like King Qian, the chief commander, and the king of the council, who had unfathomable strength. Azure Spirit Lake. The 300,000 Yarrow army had already landed in Jinwen County, and they were led by Qi Wenyan, who was at the perfected stage of level 3. Qi Wenyan took out a map. The map clearly showed the various terrains, cities, and villages of Jinwen County. Yes. Qi Wenyan muttered to himself for a moment before finally confirming the route. We'll set off along this route, bypass Yonghe City and Fallen Leaf City, and head straight for the capital of Jinwen County. As long as we take down the city of Jinwen County and destroy the Jinwen army, the remaining 4 cities will be nothing to worry about. We can take care of them slowly. Immediately set up the Stage 2 army formation. Qi Wenyang ordered. Yes. Buzz. The demon soldiers got into formation and formed a Stage 2 military formation. The murderous military Qi gathered and formed a huge black eagle with its wings spread out. The spirit Qi of heaven and earth gathered. Let's go. Sure. The Stage 2 army formation was activated and the demon army speed increased greatly. They were extremely fast, and when they passed by the human village, in order to avoid exposing their whereabouts, they directly activated the army formation, and the huge black eagles pounced and killed the entire village. Late at night, the Great Xia City. Jiangli had already fallen asleep. Even though the GJS-01's escort team was rushing back at full speed, they would only arrive tomorrow at the earliest. The Indake-01's Thiech Crocodile army would probably only arrive at the prefecture capital in the early hours of the morning. So, Jiangli took the time to rest and recover. Outside the Great Xia City, and Ying, a perfected Stage 3 assassin who had rushed over from the Red Eyebrows Demon Kingdom, had already arrived in the Great Xia City. 3 of his shadow subordinates were standing behind him. Let's move, Shadow said in a low voice. Yes. Sure. 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 His three subordinates' figures flickered and seemed to merge with the darkness. They concealed their auras and directly jumped onto the city wall, preparing to sneak into the great sheer city. The patrolling soldiers on the city wall did not notice anything. The three shadow followers were all third-rank experts, while these patrolling soldiers were not even first rank, so they naturally could not detect it. They would probably not even know if they were killed. However, in order to avoid alerting the enemy, the three subordinates did not attack the patrolling soldiers. Body of lightning. Catcher. Suddenly, it was a bolt of purple lightning that came from the distance. Its speed was extremely fast and it crossed an extremely long distance to kill the three subordinates who had stepped on the city wall. Thunder Mech number LT-01. Obviously. Not only did Jiangli send Match to patrol on the city wall, but he also stationed LT-01 on the city wall to prevent powerful enemies from sneaking in. The pupils of the three subordinates contracted. We've been discovered. A third-rank expert. Be careful. Boom. The next moment, number LT-01's palm fell and lightning rumbled, forming a thunderbolt palm print. With just one palm, one of Shadow Follower's subordinates was severely injured. He spat out blood and flew back. Ah! A miserable scream rang out. Enemy attack! Hurry up! The soldiers on the city wall were all alarmed and the patrolling Match rushed over. Buzz. At this moment, Yin took advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was attracted by his three shadow followers. He transformed into a shadow in the dark and quietly entered the Great Sheer City. Chapter 192 Failure. Tier 3 Perfection. Shadow looked back. His body was like a shadow in the dark. Under the dim moonlight, he gradually blended into the shadows of the streets and alleys. He was like the darling of darkness. They actually sent an expert at the perfected stage of Type 3 to guard the city walls. Shadow lowered his head and murmured in surprise, "These three subordinates will die here." Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the Shadow's figure disappeared and he moved forward quietly. On the city wall. Boom. Kill. Charged over and lightning gathered to form a lightning spear. It pierced through the heart of one of Shadow Follower's subordinates, killing him in one blow. Kill. Boom. 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 Kill. Number LT-01 attacked continuously, displaying his strength as a perfected Stage 3. Lightning wreaked havoc and purple lightning bolts spread out, filling the surroundings. He was like a god of thunder, unstoppable. Fut. Fut. In less than half a minute, his three subordinates had all fallen, turning into three corpses that fell on the city wall. They were all killed. The battle took less than a minute from start to finish. At this moment, Hong Qianche, Han Leki, and the rest led the city guards and constables to the scene. "Where are the enemies?" Hong Qianche asked. "He's already dead." Number LT-01 looked at Hong Qianche. Hong Qianche was stunned. He walked to the bodies, squatted down, and lifted the masks and capes of the three bodies, revealing their faces. They were three demons with bat heads. Although a demon could shed their beast form after reaching level 3, they would still change back to their original demon appearance after death. "It's the demon race!" Hong Qianche exclaimed. "The demon race?" Han Leki walked over and took a look. A bat's head with bat wings on its back. "This is the first time I've seen such a demon." Immediately informed the Lord. Hong Qianche said. "Let's go," he said. Han Leki nodded. "I'll take my leave first." "Follow me," said LT-01. "Sure." As soon as he finished speaking, LT-01 transformed into a bolt of lightning and leaped down from the city wall, hurrying in the direction of the city lord's mansion. "Take these three bodies with you," Hong Qianche shouted. "Yes." The soldiers carried the three monster corpses and followed Hong Qianche to the city lord's mansion as fast as possible. Outside the city lord's mansion. Buzz. In the darkness, a shadow appeared and the dark shadow had already arrived. On the way, he captured a resident of the Great Shear City and forced him to tell him the location of the City Lord's mansion. "This is the place." Yin glanced at it, then quietly approached the City Lord's mansion. "What?" Very quickly, Shadow noticed that there were statue-like soldiers lurking around the City Lord's mansion, guarding every corner. It was like an iron wall. So many soldiers. Jiang Li is really cautious, Yin murmured. He sent so many soldiers to guard the mansion. However, now that you've met me, it's useless no matter how cautious you are. These soldiers won't be able to find it. Buzz. Shadow used his Shadow Bat bloodline power and sneaked into the City Lord's mansion. The mech guarding the mansion couldn't find him. Obviously, Shadow's level was extremely high, far higher than the mech's. With the help of the Shadow Bat bloodline, his aura was almost completely blocked. His body and the darkness merged into one. Time passed. After Yin sneaked into the City Lord's mansion, he groped through the rooms one by one. He first found Du Xiaohua's residence, but in order to avoid alerting the enemy, he didn't make a move. "I found it." Shadow's eyes lit up. He came to Jiang Li's bedroom and merged with the shadow on the bane. He looked through the window and saw Jiang Li resting in the room. Shadow Snake Bat Pierce. Buzz. Without the slightest hesitation, Yin made his move brazenly. The power of his bloodline gathered and the pitch-black energy condensed into a point, turning into a sharp spike as thick as a hair. "Who is it?" In an instant, the moment Yin made his move, because he needed to use the power of his bloodline to form a demonic art, his perfect concealment was exposed and a trace of energy fluctuation leaked out. And it was these traces of energy fluctuations. YNSH-01, who was guarding Jiang Li's bedroom, was alerted. Boom. Without the slightest hesitation, YNSH-01 charged straight at Shadow's hiding place. Its mechanical psionic energy was fully unleashed, and the vast psionic energy spread out, forming an extremely terrifying force. At the same time, YNSH-01's roar woke Jiang Li up. Jiang Li suddenly opened his eyes and looked outside. It's too late. A sinister smile appeared on Yin's face. Whoosh! In an instant, he waved his right hand and the secondary shadow snake thorn shot out. It was so fast that Jiang Li couldn't dodge it at all. Furthermore, the secondary thorn was as thin as a strand of hair, and in the dark, it was hard to detect, almost to the point of being invisible. KKKKK. Ying's face was filled with a smug smile. Obviously, in Ying's eyes, Jiang Li was dead for sure. Roar. Suddenly, at this moment, Jiang Li, a burly figure, roared and broke the door. He rushed into the room and blocked Jiang Li's way without hesitation. The Crown Prince's walking corpse puppet. Hey! Ying's eyes widened. Phut! The Crown Prince's undead puppet directly rushed into the room, leaving no time to defend. He could only use himself as a meat shield to block the blow. The shadow bat spike had pierced through the Crown Prince's body. It came out of his body. It brought out a smear of blood. Furthermore, then it shot at Jiang Li. Thunderous movement technique. Sure. Wait. Jiang Li reacted and ran his internal force. The internal force in his danqian gushed out and poured into his legs. He dodged with a martial art movement technique. Bang. Where Jiang Li had been standing, the wooden bed exploded. The energy of the shadow snake bat spike exploded and a huge pit was blasted out of the ground, sending soil and rocks flying. Jiang Li's pupils contracted. I failed. Shadow was shocked, especially after seeing the Crown Prince. And why is the Crown Prince here? Wasn't he dead? Why did she risk her life to protect Jiang Li? Could he have betrayed the Yara nation? Something's wrong. Yin frowned. I didn't sense any life from him. It's just a corpse. It's just a corpse that's being controlled. Kill him. Jiang Li looked up and stared at the shadow hiding on the bane. Psionic energy control. Buzz. YNSH-01 had already arrived in front of Shadow and immediately released his strongest move. Mechanical psionic energy spread out and formed a psionic domain that enveloped Shadow. Retreat. Shadow cast a demonic art. Shadow clone. Shua. The next moment, Shadow's main body disappeared, leaving behind only a Shadow clone condensed from the Shadow Bat bloodline power. The Shadow clone was torn apart by the psionic energy. Double Fiend domain. Buzz. The Black Elder and the White Elder charged forward and unleashed their innate domains. The heaven and earth spiritual chi gathered and crushed toward the Shadow. Shadow slash. Shua. And Yin took out a black dagger as sharp as a snake's tooth. He swung it forward and slashed out a black blade light, splitting the Double Fiend domain. Roar. Immediately after, the Red Dragon charged over with a black flood dragon Dharma image and a long halberd. Get lost. Boon. Shadow sent the Red Dragon flying with a palm strike. Boon. The Shadow was stopped by the Black and White Elders and the Red Dragon. The Crown Prince's walking corpse puppet came over. The huge double-edged axe hacked down in anger. Shadow's pupils contracted. The giant axe fell and the axe light streaked across the sky. The dark Shadow blocked it, but he was directly sent flying. He knocked against the courtyard wall and with blood in his mouth, he fled far away. At this moment, is already on his way. Body of lightning. Catcher. Purple lightning flashed and directly bombarded the Shadow. Number LT01 acted in time. What? Shadow was shocked and dodged the purple thunderbolt shot by number LT01 in a narrow escape. He stopped not far away, his eyes serious and his face gloomy. Shua. 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 YNSH01, LT01, the Crown Prince, the Black and White Elders, and the Red Dragon, the 4 walking corpse puppets, rushed over as fast as they could and surrounded Shadow in the middle. Who tilde tilde who tilde who tilde. And Yin looked at the enemies around him and let out a breath. Then he looked up at Jiang Li, who was walking out of the room, and sneered, "It seems like I can't escape. Go all out and kill him." Jiang Li looked at Yin coldly. Kill. Boon. 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 6 Tier 3 experts, 3 at the perfected stage of Tier 3, 2 at the late stage of Tier 3, and 1 at the early stage of Tier 3. Such a lineup surrounded and attacked Shadow, who was at the perfected stage of Tier 3. Burn. Roar. Shadow went all out and burned his bloodline without hesitation. He unleashed his strongest power, which was a huge black shadow bat. It could be seen. The Dharma idol had a wingspan of 100 meters and was covered in black flames. It had the head of a giant python and the body of a bat. Kill. And Yin howled and charged forward. An intense battle broke out. After Shadow ignited his bloodline, his strength had increased greatly. Even though he was good at assassination and not good at direct combat, he was still able to unleash a terrifying combat power. Shua. 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 In the surroundings, the mechs in every corner of the City Lord's mansion rushed out to protect Jiang Li. Jiang Li stood outside the battlefield and watched the fierce battle. There's movement in the City Lord's mansion. An enemy has sneaked into the City Lord's mansion. Let's hurry over. Hong Qianqi and the others heard the loud noise in the City Lord's mansion. The residents in the city heard it too. They all looked in the direction of the City Lord's mansion. Will the City Lord be all right? There must be an assassin who has infiltrated the City Lord's mansion. I hope nothing has happened to the City Lord. The residents of the city thought to themselves. Ah. Arg. Shadow screamed as he was sent flying by YNSH-01. A bloody wound was cut on his chest, so deep that his bones could be seen. Phut. But at the same time, the Red Dragon undead puppet was also cut off by the Dark Shadow. Thump. The next moment, LT-01 and the Crown Prince's attacks landed on Shadow's body one after another, severely injuring him. He fell to the ground and the black flames on his body gradually extinguished. Transform into an undead puppet. Jiang Li said immediately. Chapter 193 The Arrival. One had to know. Jiang Li had seen and experienced the power of this monster with his own eyes. He was extremely powerful. Fortunately, he had set up layers of protection around him. Otherwise, his life was really in danger. Furthermore, after burning his bloodline, he was able to fight against 6 people, 3 of whom were at the peak of the 3rd stage. He even managed to kill the red dragon puppet walking corpse. One could see how strong he was. Yes. Buzz. YNSH-01 immediately used his biochemical poison skill. A black poisonous mist was released, covering Shadow's entire body. Ink screamed in pain. The biochemical poison invaded Shadow's body and carried out an infection and transformation. Not long after, Shadow's scream stopped. His body turned pitch black, and so did his eyes, which were as pure as gems. Shadow stood up shakily. Roar. He raised his head and let out a long roar. The transformation was a success. Jiang Li added a perfected stage level 3 walking corpse puppet. It's done. Jiang Li was relieved and looked at the shadow puppet walking corpse with satisfaction. It had retained most of its abilities, so it wasn't weak. Although we lost an early stage tier 3 scarlet dragon puppet corpse, we've exchanged it for a perfected stage tier 3 shadow puppet corpse. It's a good deal, Jiang Li said to himself. Young Master Jia. On the other side, Du Xiaohua had long been awakened by the battle. She came out of her bedroom and stood in the distance, her eyes filled with awe and fear. She only dared to show herself after the battle was over. It's fine now. You can go and rest, Jiang Li said. Yes. Du Xiaohua nodded in a low voice and didn't dare to ask anything. She went back to her bedroom obediently, but she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Sir, are you all right? At this moment, Hong Qianqi and the others arrived and shouted outside the City Lord mansion. Let them in, Jiang Li said. Immediately, the mechs at the gate of the City Lord mansion let Hong Qianqi and the others in. Your subordinate has arrived late. I hope your excellency can forgive me. Jiang Li. Hong Qianqi came to Jiang Li and looked around. He saw the traces left by the battle. The city walls had collapsed, the ground was broken, and a body was lying on the ground. The enemy has been dealt with. I don't think so. Jiang Li waved his hand and didn't pursue the matter. Besides, with your strength, even if you come, you'll just die for nothing. Thank you for your forgiveness, my lord. Hong Qianqi and the others heaved a sigh of relief and said, Sir, these are the corpses of the other 3 assassins. They are all demons. I believe that the Red Eyebrows Demon Kingdom was the one behind this assassination, he said. Hong Qianqi signaled the soldiers behind him to bring the 3 bodies up. Yes. I see. Jiang Li nodded and looked at the 3 bodies on the ground. A top-tier assassin with a 4th rank bloodline and 3 assassins at the early stage of rank 3. The Red Eyebrows Yo Kingdom has really invested a lot this time. They really think highly of me. Burn the body. Leave. Jiang Li waved his hand. You may leave. Yes. Yes. Hong Qianqi nodded respectfully and asked the soldiers to carry the body away. These demon assassins must pass through the Green Mountains if they want to enter the Great Xia County. I've set up many intel mechs in the mountains, but I didn't receive any news in advance. So, the 4 monster assassins full B intel mech at the perfected stage of level 1, Jiang Li thought. The intel mech didn't notice them. Upgrade to intel mech XX01. Jiang Li opened the Dominator panel and used a level 2 Soul Tinder and 100 energy points to upgrade XX01. Buzz. The 2nd stage Soul Tinder and 100 energy points surged into XX01's body, transforming and upgrading XX01. Its body flashed with several rays of light. A few seconds later, the promotion was completed. XX01's appearance did not change much. The wireless device that was originally on his back like a tablet had disappeared. They were all concentrated into a metal ball. Furthermore, the metal ball could float in the air and it looked like an eye made of metal. From the outside, it looked like a camera. Unit type, holographic mech. Rank, early stage of rank 2. No, QX01. Skill 1, level 1 advanced wireless communication technology mastery. Skill 2, Level 2 Low-Grade Holographic Detection. Equipment, Stage 2 Inferior Grade Holographic Device. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Upgrade, 2000 energy points. After the information mech was upgraded to Level 2, he mastered the holographic technology and his equipment was greatly improved. The spherical holographic camera could shoot 360 degrees without any dead angles. Of course, there was also a limit to the number of shots one could take. Furthermore, the holographic mech could control the holographic camera to move in the air, but it could not exceed a certain range. The early stage of Level 2 could only control the camera within a 1 kilometer range. There was more. The holographic detection skill had the ability to search for targets and enemies. Upgrade. Jiandli used 14,000 energy points to upgrade QX01 to the perfected stage of Level 2. His skills and equipment were all upgraded to the best of Level 2. There was a major increase in his abilities. The control range of the holographic camera had been increased from 1 kilometer to 10 kilometers. It was already very strong. Soon after, Jiandli used the remaining 2 Level 2 Soltinders and upgraded XX02 at the border defense line of Chanshui City into a holographic mech. XX03, who was in the Thiech Crocodile Army, had also been upgraded to a holographic mech, reaching the perfected stage of Stage 2. Early in the morning, the escort team led by GJS-01 had yet to arrive at the Great Xia City and was still close to half the journey. On the other hand, Indake-01's Emperor's Crocodile Corps had arrived at the city of Jinwen County first. In the county city of Qingjin County, there were also about 50,000 soldiers left behind. There was no need to worry at all. Buzz. The holographic communication was connected. QX01 controlled the holographic camera and projected a holographic image which eventually formed a 3D, like three-dimensional image instead of a virtual screen. In the holographic screen, it was a scaled-down model of the scenes and pictures that were captured so that Jiandli could see everything from 360 degrees without any blind spots. It formed a remote projection. Attack the city. Attack. Jiandli ordered. Kill. Indake-01 led the Thiech Crocodile Army and charged right at the front. They killed their way to the city gates and then slashed down with their swords. Charge. The mech army entered the city. In the holographic screen, QX03's holographic camera was floating in the air and shooting from above. It showed the battlefield perfectly. Jiandli could see every corner of the battlefield clearly. We surrender. We surrender. Stop fighting. From the beginning to the end of the siege, the whole process only took 10 minutes. The 50,000 soldiers left behind in Jinwen County had their morale completely crushed. They had lost all their will. The head of the government office, Luo Ming, who was stationed in the county city, had surrendered. Sir, please spare my life. Luo Ming knelt on the ground, his entire body trembling slightly. He could feel the terrifying killing intent exuding from Indake-01's body, and his heart was filled with fear. I still have use for you, and I'm willing to serve you, my lord. Yes. Let's go. Jiandli thought about it and said, let him live for now. Speaking of this, Mo Changming. Jiandli couldn't help but think of Mo Changming from the Black Dragon County. Mo Changming was a loyal fan of the Great Qian dynasty and was willing to sacrifice his life for it. As for the one in front of him, it was completely different. He betrayed the Great Gunlord dynasty without any hesitation. However, Luo Ming was the prefecture master of Jinwen County, so he must be very familiar with it. He was indeed of some use. With Luo Ming around, the situation in the county city could be stabilized as soon as possible. Soon after, the mech army entered the city and started plundering the wealth and resources of Jinwen County under Jiandli's order. Everything went smoothly under Luo Ming's lead. Jiandli cut off the communication with QX03. This bedroom has been destroyed. I need to change rooms. Jiandli looked at the wall that the Crown Prince and the others had knocked down and the broken bed and murmured. Jiandli didn't arrange too many maids and servants in this mansion. Only his personal maid, Du Xiaohua, and some other servants were there to clean up. So, there were many empty rooms. Jiangli found a room to rest and told QX-01 and GJS-01 to wake him up when the escort team came back. Soon after, "Let's go." Jiangli ordered YNSH-01 and 5 walking puppets to guard the outside of the house. The mechs also spread out to guard around the Castellan mansion. After the monster assassin's assassination, Jiangli was even more careful about his safety. He couldn't let the assassin have any loopholes. The next day, in the morning, the escort team led by GJS-01 had already returned to the Great Shia city. After entering the city, they immediately returned to the temporary military camp. Jiangli wanted to expand the temporary camp, so he ordered the city to recruit a large number of young people to expand the camp. Jiangli. QX-01 entered the room and woke Jiangli up. "Master, the escort team led by GJS-01 has returned to the city. They are currently in the temporary camp," QX-01 said. "All right," he said. Jiangli got out of bed and changed his clothes. Before he had time to wash up, he rushed to the temporary military camp to check what he got from Dachang City. "Young master, you haven't tied it up yet." Du Xiaohua was holding the bird's nest porridge that had just been cooked. She opened her mouth and looked at Jiangli's back, but she didn't stop in. At the temporary military camp, "My lord, all the resources have been safely delivered." GJS-01 saluted Jiangli. "Yes." "Okay." Jiangli nodded and looked at the large military transport truck next to him. "Get all the herbs and spiritual herbs out of the truck first. By the way, do you have any lower spiritual crystals?" "There is," GJS-01 said. Immediately, the mechs moved quickly. They moved the boxes of herbs and elixirs from the truck and piled them together. "Ruler, these are all the lower spiritual crystals we've collected this time." GJS-01 opened the door of the large military transport truck in the front row, then took out a jade box from the passenger seat and put it in front of Jiangli. Chapter 194 The Army. GJS-01 bent down and opened the jade box. "Please take a look, Chief Sovereign." GJS-01 stood up and said, "Yes." Jiangli lowered his head and saw 300 diamond-shaped lower spiritual crystals. They were arranged neatly. Jiangli reached out his right hand and touched the lower spiritual crystal. It was cold. Discovered item that can be converted into energy points. "Do you want to convert it?" "Yes." Jiangli confirmed. Buzz. A white light flashed. The 300 lower spiritual crystals disappeared. Conversion successful. You've received 3 million energy points. A notification appeared. Next, it's time to convert these medicinal herbs and spirit herbs. Jiangli murmured. Jiangli planned to convert all of them, so he didn't waste time sorting out his gains. He didn't know the exact number of ordinary herbs and spirit herbs. However, ordinary herbs and graded spirit herbs were still placed separately. Convert. I'll try. Jiangli put his hand on the ordinary herbs and started the conversion. Whoosh! A white light flashed. All the ordinary herbs had disappeared. They were converted into energy points. Sure. Conversion successful. You've received 1100700 energy points. All the ordinary herbs in Dachang City and Yonghe City have only been converted into slightly more than 1 million energy points. It's neither too much nor too little. Jiangli murmured. Continue. After Jiangli closed the interface, he touched the spiritual herb and started the conversion function. Whoosh! Another large white light flashed before his eyes. All the graded spiritual herbs had disappeared and were converted into energy points. Conversion successful. You've received 2301000 energy points. A notification appeared. Yes. Okay. Jiangli closed the prompt interface. Send the rest of the gold, silver, pills, materials, weapons and equipment to the warehouse. I'll think of a way to find buyers to sell them in the future. Yes. GJS-01 nodded and mobilized the mech to start moving the supplies on the truck. Jiangli left the temporary camp and returned to the city lord's mansion. After washing up, he drank a bowl of bird's nest porridge cooked by Du Xiaohua to fill his stomach. Then, he practiced his internal energy martial arts in the courtyard for a while. The assassination last night caused many places and walls of the city lord's mansion to collapse, so Jiangli called some craftsmen and stonemasons to repair it. QX-01, contact the Thiege Crocodile Army. Go. Jiangli ordered. Yes. QX-01 nodded. Buzz. The holographic camera flew out and projected a holographic image. The communication was connected. Chief Sovereign. In the holographic screen, QX-03 and Index-01 appeared on the screen and saluted Jiangli. Yes. Okay. Jiangli nodded and asked, how's the situation? My lord, with Luo Ming's help, the search process is very smooth. More than 90% of the resources in Jinwen County have been gathered. I'm asking for your instructions. Index-01 replied. All right, he said. Great. Jiangli was overjoyed. The Crocodile Emperor Legion will stay in the city of Jinwen County. I'll send the escort team led by GJS-01 to transport the resources back to the Great Xia City. Your mission is to gather all the resources from the other two cities in Jinwen Prefecture before the arrival of the escort team GJS-01. After that, the escort team will transport all the resources back at once. Yes. Index-01 nodded. How are the losses of the Thiege Crocodile Army? Jiangli asked. My lord, the Crocodile Emperor Army has lost 10,020 matches. Index-01 reported, we lost 9,000 perfected level 1 matches, 800 early stage level 2 matches, and 210 perfected level 2 matches. 110 perfected level 1 match self-destructed, 50 early stage level 2 match self-destructed, and 10 perfected level 2 match self-destructed. Yes. Okay. Jiangli nodded. Oh no. The Crocodile Emperor Army had lost more than 10,000 soldiers. In addition to the 10,000 match that GJS-01 had taken away, the Crocodile Emperor Army still had about 80,000 soldiers. Chief Sovereign. At this moment, I have something important to report to you, QX-03 suddenly said. Speak, he said. Jiangli said. Yes. Yes. QX-03 nodded. Just now, the intel mech on the city wall sent a message. The traces of the demon army were found 10 kilometers away. The demon race. Yes, Jiangli said immediately. Broadcast the scene immediately. Yes. QX-03 nodded. Sure. The scene changed. Since the intel mechs couldn't use holographic communication, the image that was broadcasted wasn't a holographic image but a flat screen image. In the image, because it was 10 kilometers away, the image wasn't very clear, but Jiangli still saw a large number of demon soldiers marching towards the county city at a fast speed. They would arrive soon. They were densely packed like ants. The army's momentum was like a rainbow. It was clearly a powerful demon army. It's the monster army. Jiangli frowned and murmured, it seems that the demon army went around the Qingshan Mountains, crossed the Qinling Lake, and entered the territory of Jinwen County. They are planning to invade from Jinwen County. I just happened to bump into it. Thiege Crocodile Army, get ready for battle. Stop. Jiangli shouted. Yes. Index-01 nodded. The current situation. It was too late for Jiangli to send reinforcements from the Great Xia City, so he could only rely on the Crocodile Emperor Legion. There were many monsters in the monster army, and there must be level 3 monsters. If necessary, I can only use the level 3 Soul Tinder to upgrade to a level 3 Truth class. Jiangli thought. Sure. The Dominator panel opened. In the energy points column, Jiangli's energy points had increased from 126,7300 to 100,3100 points. He now had more than 10 million points. Among them, 254,250 energy points were recovered from the scrap of the match, 430,170 energy points were obtained from converting the resources of Dachang City and Yomhe City, and 208,400 energy points were used for the war and upgrading a few matches. 10 million energy points are more than enough for now, although it's not enough to use for an army. Jiangli thought to himself. In the county city of Qingjin County, the artillery positions of the mechanical artilleries had only just been set up. The 300,000-strong demon army led by Qi Wenyang had already arrived at the city of Jinwen County. The army's formation was arranged and the beasts in the formation were roaring. Roar! 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 It could be seen. The 300,000-strong demon army formed 3 Grade 2 battle formations: Speed Army Formation, Defense Army Formation, and Attack Army Formation. Among them, Speed Army Formation could increase the attack speed and frequency of the demon soldiers. The army formation beast formed by the army formation was a giant eagle with a completely black body. It was called the Rank 2 Black-Winged Eagle Army Formation. The defensive formation, as the name suggested, it could strengthen the defense of the demon soldiers and block powerful attacks. The light curtain of the army formation covered the entire army and could block long-range attacks. The beast that formed the battle formation was a giant alligator snapping turtle with the head of an alligator. It was called the Type 2 Snapping Turtle Army Formation. Finally, attack the army formation, a ferocious beast condensed from military killing intent. It has a huge body and its entire body is burning with black flames. It has the body of a lion and the head of a flood dragon. The flood dragon flame lion. It could increase the attack power of demon soldiers. It was called the Grade 2 Blazing Flood Dragon and Lion Army Formation. Under the enhancement of the 3 Stage 2 military formations, the abilities of the demon army had a qualitative leap. They could be raised by at least a small realm. Other than that, Qi Wenyang was a perfected Stage Tier 3 demon expert. He also had 2 mid-stage Tier 3 deputy generals and 3 early-stage Tier 3 army commanders under him. There were a total of 6 Rank 3 experts. Further down, that would be a perfected Stage 2 demon soldier commander. This army is so fast. The mechanical artilleries didn't even have time to use their long-range artillery advantage before they arrived. This battle won't be easy to win. Jiangli looked at the holographic image and clearly saw the 300,000 demon soldiers outside the city. They were in high spirits and gave Jiangli a lot of pressure. Why did so many demons suddenly appear in Xuanji? On the city wall, Luo Ming looked at the demon army outside the city in fear. His face was pale and his legs were trembling. Not only Luo Ming, but the soldiers of Jinwen County around him were also terrified. One had to know. There were only about 30,000 soldiers left out of the 50,000 soldiers who stayed in the city. They had surrendered to Jiangli and were killed by his mech army. Now, the 300,000-strong demon army was approaching the city. They had not even started fighting and their morale was already completely gone. It's over, it's over, it's all over. 300,000. This was an army of 300,000 demon soldiers. Even if King Jin's entire army is here, they might not be able to defend the county. We are dead. We are dead. The soldiers and commanders were also in despair. Jiangli frowned. He saw the reactions of the soldiers and commanders through the holographic communication. The soldiers of Jinwen County are unreliable. Compared to the soldiers of Celestial Water City, they are not just a little bit weaker. In the demon army, Commander-in-Chief, everything is ready, said Qing Luo, the military advisor of the demon soldiers. Let's test it out with the archers first. Qi Wenyang waved his hand. Yes. Archers, get ready. Fire. Whoosh. 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 At the rear of the demon army, the archer corps, the longbow was pulled into a full moon. In that instant, it was an overwhelming number of sharp arrows that covered the sky and fell towards the city of Jinwen County, killing the soldiers on the city wall. Electric energy control. Da-da 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 da-da. Catcher. Catcher. The numerous electric mechs waved their hands and used their skills. Countless electric lights flashed and interweaved into an electric net that covered the sky. The sharp arrows were torn apart by the electric net after they fell. At the same time, the firearm mechs raised their machine guns and aimed at the sky. The bullets formed a rain of bullets, knocking away a large number of sharp arrows. Fut! Fut. Ah. But there were still arrows that broke through the blockade and killed many soldiers from Jinwen County. Some mechs were also shot by the sharp arrows and their damage increased. What? That's lightning. What's with those weapons? In the demon army, Qi Wenyang and the other demon soldier commanders saw the counterattack in the city of Jinwen County, the intertwining electric net in the sky, and the weapons. He was instantly bewildered. When did Jinwen County develop such a weapon? Qi Wenyang frowned. If I'm not wrong, only Jianglei's army has those special weapons. Why would it appear in the city of Jinwen County? Chapter 195 Siege. Mechanical artillery's ready. At this moment, the scouts had already locked onto the target and determined the trajectory. They adjusted the angle of the cannon and locked onto the demon soldiers outside the city. Fire the cannons. Boon. 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 More than 2,000 mechanical artilleries fired at the same time. The cannonballs shot into the sky at high speed and bombarded the demon army in the next moment. Roar. However, the alligator snapping turtle roared and charged into the sky, directly blocking the bombardment of the artillery shells. Flames rose up in the sky and countless shrapnel flew everywhere. All of them were blocked. Furthermore, as the alligator snapping turtle army was a defensive formation, this round of cannon fire did not cause too many casualties to the demon army. However, the scene of the explosion was rather shocking. Da. On the city wall, the firearm mech fired crazily. Countless bullets formed a rain of bullets, but they were blocked by the light mist of the battle formation and couldn't cause many casualties. Whoosh! 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 The archers from Jinwen County shot their arrows, but their arrows were scattered and could not form any combat power. Under Luo Ming's organization, the 30,000 soldiers managed to form 3 level 1 battle formations which covered the city wall and the mechs. It could be considered to be of some use. However, a stage 1 army formation was too weak and wouldn't be of much use in such a war. It couldn't even block the arrows of the siege crossbows. This is a Kasaya. Qi Wenyang looked up and took a deep breath. As expected, only Jianglei's army has these weapons, he said. In other words, the soldiers in the county city are no longer King Jin's army but Jianglei's army. Jianglei said. Jianglei got there before us and occupied Jinwen County. This is good too. Qi Wenyang's voice was slightly low, but his fighting spirit was high as he said in a deep voice, I've always wanted to see how strong Jianglei's army is. Even the crown prince died in Jianglei's hands. In reality, Qi Wenyang became even more cautious. Qi Wenyang was very clear about the crown prince's strength. In a one-on-one battle, Qi Wenyang had a 70% chance of losing, and he was weaker than the crown prince. So, Qi Wenyang understood this very well. Jianglei's army was very strong and they couldn't take it lightly. They had to do their best and use all means to ensure the victory. Inform the entire army. It's not Monarch Jin's army, Qi Wenyang shouted. It's Jianglei's army from the Great Xia County. Jianglei's army has powerful weapons. They are powerful, destructive, and have a large area of effect. Therefore, we must ensure the maintenance and operation of the military formation. The military formation must not be broken. Once we discover a stage 3 warrior approaching, we must stop him with all our might. Yes. Understood, Commander. The city of Jinwen County has been occupied by Jianglei. This Daowu is truly unexpected. The commanders of the demon soldiers were shocked, but they did not question him. They carried out Qi Wenyang's order and passed down the military order to the demon soldiers. Prepare the siege crossbow formation. The head of the archer division, Han Taiqing, shouted, fire the crossbow. Bang 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 bang. There were tens of thousands of giant crossbows. At this moment, they were all fired. In that instant, each of the giant specially made crossbow bolts was as thick as a baby's arm. They were made of special materials and had intertwining patterns on them. They were infused with the power of bloodline. It was extremely powerful. It could even shoot into the city walls. Fire the cannons. Boon. Boon. The tank mech raised its cannon and aimed at the arrows. It fired and the arrows exploded in the air. Boom. 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 The mechanical rangers also raised their bazookas and fired. Rumble. The artilleries and the anti-aircraft guns used to transport the mech all aimed at the demon army and fired. The shells exploded one after another, but they were blocked by the army. The sky was filled with fire. Currently, both sides were only testing the waters with their attacks. They were only attacking from a distance and did not engage in close combat. It would not be easy for the demon army to break into the county city. Fut. 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 Naturally, some of the 10,000 ballista bolts were unable to stop the ballistae, and the Stage 1 army formation could not block the ballistae's power, causing a large number of soldiers to be killed. At the same time, it also caused the loss of mechs. Air Corps, get ready. Shua. 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 In the air. They were birdmen and demons with wings on their backs. They wore light leather armor and flew into the air. There were many of them, and they formed an army. Kill. Attack. Whoosh. 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 These birdmen demons used bows and arrows to shoot. Every sharp arrow was specially made and could be imbued with the power of the demon race's bloodline, so their power was not low. Fut. Fut. One by one, the soldiers of Jinwang County were killed. Similarly, some mechs were damaged to the limit and were scrapped. Their remains turned into light spots and disappeared, being recycled as energy points. Boom. Boom. The anti-aircraft guns that were used to transport the mechs exploded in the midst of the birdmen and demons, killing them one by one. There were also many casualties. Time passed. The two sides gradually formed a tug-of-war. The battle was getting more and more intense. Both Jiang Li's Thiech Crocodile Army and Shi Wanyan's Demon Army suffered casualties. Nearly 10,000 soldiers from Jinwang County died. Even the Stage 1 army formation he had set up was broken. If it wasn't for Jiang Li's Crocodile Emperor Legion holding off most of the pressure, the soldiers would have run away. Prepare to attack the city. Qi Wenyang took a deep breath and shouted. Yes. Rumble. At this moment, the ground shook violently. It could be seen. A huge chariot was slowly pushed out from the demon army. In front of the chariot was an extremely huge and sharp cone. He didn't know what material it was made of. Siege chariots. It was huge. It was a siege weapon specially used to break the city gate. It was a weapon made with the art of engineering. A siege war chariot. Luo Min cried out in alarm, his face filled with fear. Charge! Qi Wenyang roared. Rumble! When the siege war chariot was activated, it required at least 10 level 2 demons to exhaust all their bloodline power to drive it. The huge war chariots charged towards the county city, aiming at the city wall. Hurry up! The speed was extremely fast. The tank mech aimed at the siege vehicle and fired. Roar! The demon army commanded the battle formation. The alligator snapping turtle roared and merged into the war chariot like a black shadow, becoming one with the war chariot. It was as if the war chariots were wearing a layer of alligator snapping turtle armor. The shells were all blocked by the alligator snapping turtle, and they didn't hurt the chariots at all. The remaining power was gone. Fut! Hundreds of demon soldiers suffered the backlash from the battle formation. They screamed and spat out blood before falling to the ground. Psionic rocket cannon. Boom. Indake 01 raised the psionic bazooka and aimed it at the rapidly charging siege vehicle. It fired the psionic shell directly at the enemy. Sword chi slash. Clang. It was an extremely sharp sword cry. Qi Wenyang had been on guard for a long time. The moment Indake 01 made his move, Qi Wenyang reacted and pulled out the black longsword by his waist. The power of his bloodline gathered. He raised his hand and slashed out a black sword chi. The sword beam swept out in the shape of a half-moon and collided with Indake 01 psionic cannonball in midair. Bang! Both sides exploded at the same time, creating a shockwave that spread in all directions. A perfected Tier 3 demon. Index-01 looked at Qi Wenyan, a human martial artist at the perfected stage of Tier 3. Qi Wenyan was also looking at Index-01. When he saw the huge and terrifying emperor crocodile that was 16 meters long, his pupils immediately contracted. Pressure. Qi Wenyan felt an immense pressure. Rumble. The war chariot crashed into the city gate. At this moment, the perfected Stage 2 tank mech was already waiting. It charged at full speed, leaving a deep ditch on the ground as it charged at the siege vehicle. Boom. The grand completion Stage 2 main battle tank and the war chariot collided, creating a deafening explosion. It was as if two small mountains had collided. Immediately after, the perfected Stage Type 2 main battle tank was sent tumbling backward, crashing into the thick and solid city wall behind it. A loud sound was heard and the city wall shook. Some cracks appeared. The damage of the tank mech rose to 50%. If this happened again, even a perfected Stage 2 tank mech would be destroyed. Furthermore, the main battle tank's barrel was already twisted and its steel belt was broken. But at the same time, the war chariot was also sent flying. The 10 level 2 demons driving the war chariot screamed and vomited blood. They flew out and fell to the ground, seriously injured. The siege chariots were basically scrapped. He's been stopped. The siege chariots have been stopped. That's great. Luo Ming and the others immediately cheered, and their faces were filled with ecstasy. This Dawu. Our war chariots were blocked and even sent flying. What's that thing that can send our siege chariots flying? Sci-fi. The commanders of the demon soldiers were shocked. Continue. Qi Wenyan shouted. Yes. Boom. Very quickly. In the demon army, more siege chariots drove out in a row. The power of the bloodline glowed as they charged towards the county city with a roar. This kind of aura was indomitable and invincible. It was as if everything in front of it would be destroyed. Why are there more? Luo Ming and the others widened their eyes. Obviously, it was impossible for there to only be one siege chariot. Boom. Index-01 leaped down from the city wall, causing the ground to shake. Its huge body smashed a huge pit in the ground and cracks spread out in all directions like a spider web. Buzz. The mechanical psionic energy circulated and covered his entire body. Bursts of psionic light flickered. Chapter 196, breaking the situation. Index-01. Jiandli looked at the holographic image sent by QX-03. He clearly saw Index-01 jump up from the city wall and block the gate. He really had a kind of aura and might that one man could hold off 10,000 men. It had to be said. Index-01 was an elite troop type at the perfected stage of rank 3. It had mastered 9 types of skills, so it was indeed extremely powerful. Slash. Whoosh. In the image, YNDHYQ-01 raised the psionic imperial crocodile sword in his hand. Mechanical psionic energy gathered on the sword, forming waves of black sword light. Immediately, the sword swept forward. The air in front of him was split by the black sword light as if it had been split into 2 by the sword. Sword crocodiles. Qi Wenyan shouted as he activated his bloodline. A dense bloodline mist spread out and a lifelike sword crocodile Dharma power appeared behind him. Sword crocodiles. Its huge body was in the shape of a sword, but it had a crocodile-like head, a bloody mouth, and sharp teeth. Its entire body exuded an extremely sharp metal attribute sword chi. Split sword. Clang. Qi Wenyan also slashed out with his sword. His black longsword slashed out, forming a resplendent sword light that slashed out vertically. It was extremely fast and blocked Index-01's attack. Bang. The sword light from both sides collided in the air and exploded at the same time. The broken sword chi scattered in all directions and left a sword mark on the ground. Broken stones flew everywhere. Rub rub rub. Qi Wenyan was forced to take a few steps back by the shockwave of the explosion. Only then did he manage to stabilize his body. On the other hand, Index-01 did not move an inch. The difference between the two sides was immediately decided. So strong. Qi Wenyan was secretly shocked. Commander! Qing Luo exclaimed in shock. With my strength, I'm afraid I'm not this person's match. Qi Wanyan's brows were tightly locked together as he analyzed the situation. If I were to fight head-on with this person, there's a high chance that I'll lose within 10 moves. In other words, I can't fight him head-on. My only task is to delay him. Qing Luo, Kanglin, Luoya. The three of you immediately cooperate with me and help me stop this person. Qi Wanyan turned around and shouted. Yes. Yes, sir. I understand. The military advisor Qing Luo and Qi Wanyan's two deputies. Among them, Qing Luo was at the late stage of the third level, while Kuai-Lin and Luoya were at the middle stage of the third level. Han Taiqing, Ceng Wulong, Mopid, you three lead 3 large regiments and charge into the county city. Attack with all your might and enter the city as quickly as possible. Qi Wanyang said. Yes. Han Taiqing nodded. Understood. Ceng Wulong said. Don't worry, Commander. Yes, Mopi replied. Sure. Sure. The next moment, Qi Wanyang and the other 3 attacked together and charged toward Index 01 at the same time. They circled around Index 01 and held him back. Boon. Boon. The battle was extremely intense. Whoosh. Index 01 cast psionic control and a vast amount of mechanical psionic energy spread out, shrouding Qi Wanyang and the other 3. Qi Wanyang and the others managed to avoid it by a hair's breadth. Index 01 had been temporarily blocked. Jiang Li frowned. He looked at the battlefield and murmured, we can't go on like this. Index 01's rhythm has been stalled. It won't have much of an impact on the demon army. The most important thing is, if we can't break the Stage 2 battle formation, we won't be able to cause huge casualties to the demon army. The long-range bombardment of the Mets won't work. Slowly, this battle will enter the rhythm that the other party is in control of. If I want to break this situation, I need to upgrade a rank 3 troop class. Boon. 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 At this moment, in front of the city gate, when the grand completion Stage 2 main battle tank and the siege chariots collided, the siege chariots were sent flying by the main battle tank, unable to break through the city gate. Ah! The monster who was driving the siege chariot flew out while screaming. The main battle tanks were also destroyed by the siege tanks. However, as long as it wasn't broken, Jiang Li could use energy points to repair the tank mech immediately. On the other hand, the monster's siege tanks were basically useless if they were damaged. If he wanted to fix it, he would have to wait until the war was over. Promoted to Mechanical Ranger YQ-01. Let's go. Jiang Li looked at the battlefield without hesitation. He immediately opened the Dominator panel and used a Tier 3 Soul Tinder and 10,000 energy points to upgrade the robotic rangers in the Thiech Crocodile army. Whoosh! A Tier 3 Soul Tinder and 10,000 energy points were injected into YQ-01's body through the air. His body glowed as he underwent a transformation and upgrade. A few seconds later, the promotion was completed. The Mechanical Ranger YQ-01 had been upgraded to the early stage of Tier 3, becoming a Tier 3 unit. After it was upgraded to a Level 3 troop class, YQ-01 had changed a lot. Among them, the knight sets that were originally equipped with firearms and cold weapons were all gone. All that was left was a weapon. A Black Knight spear. In other words, after reaching Stage 3, he had abandoned all the fancy equipment, only leaving behind a knight spear. He was only proficient in one weapon. He simplified the complicated. Other than this change, the mechanical wolf soldiers and mechanical knights were covered in a layer of black exoskeleton armor, possessing strong defense. They were like heavy armored knights. It also had the flexibility of a light cavalry. Upgrade. Buzz. Jiang Li used another 140 energy points and immediately upgraded the new Level 3 troop class. It was upgraded 3 levels in a row and reached the perfected level. After the upgrade, the changes in his appearance were not small. It was just that his aura was more imposing. His military rank was promoted to colonel. Sure. Unit type, Mechanical Cavalry Commander. Rank, Grand Completion of Rank 3. No, QBZ-01. Skill 1, Tier 2 Ultimate Charge. Skill 2, Stage 3 Elite Knight Spear Mastery. Equipment, Tier 3 Peak Grade Exclusive Cavalry Commander Heavy Spear. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Advancement requirements, 1 Level 4 Soltinder, 1 million energy points. Subtroop type, Mechanical Knight. Rank, Grand Completion of Rank 3. No, QBZ-QS-01. Skill 1, Stage 2 Ultimate Knight's Killing Skill. Skill 2, Rank 3 Ultimate Charge. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Subtroop type, Giant Mechanical Wolf Soldier. Rank, Grand Completion of Rank 3. No, QBZ-JL-01. Skill 1, Rank 2 Superior Grade Sprint. Skill 2, Rank 3 Ultimate Strength. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Jiandli read the detailed information of the Mechanical Cavalry Captain. After it reached the perfected stage of Stage 3, it had 6 skills, but it didn't awaken its mechanical psionic energy. Kill. At this moment, Han Taiching, Ceng Wulong, and Mopid, the 3 leaders of the early stage Tier 3 army, immediately charged out of the army when they saw that the siege chariots could not break through the city gate. He had personally taken action. Shua. 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 Their figures were like 3 streams of light. They were extremely fast as they attacked. They launched their attack. Boom. An explosion sounded. A few tank mechs were destroyed by Han Taiching and the others. They exploded and their remains turned into light spots that disappeared and were recycled as energy points. It's a level 3 demon commander. And there are 3 of them. The city gate is about to be breached. Luo Ming and the others shouted in fear. Shatter. Boom. Han Taiching, Ceng Wulong, and Mopid, the 3 level 3 demons and the leaders of the demon army, had reached the city gate. They looked at each other and attacked. The 3 of them activated their bloodline secret techniques at the same time and charged forward. A vast amount of bloodline power gathered and formed a huge bloodline power energy ball. It was green, blue, and purple in color as it exploded toward the city gate. If he was hit, the city gate would be broken. All right, he said. Qi Wanyan looked over with a happy expression and shouted, as soon as the city gate is broken, the cavalry and infantry regiments will immediately charge. Air Force, full support. Yes. The demon soldiers responded in unison with an imposing manner. Indake-01 only turned back to take a look and ignored him. Instead, he attacked Luoya, who was the closest to him. Ah. PFFF. Luoya screamed. He was sent flying by the claw of the psionic imperial crocodile soldier. He spat out blood and his armor was torn. A few of his ribs were broken. He fell to the ground and was badly injured. Be careful, he warned. Qi Wenyan reminded him in a serious tone, don't be careless. At this moment. Kill. Boom. Let's go. After the upgrade, QBZ-01 jumped off the wall under Jiangli's order. The 5-meter-tall mechanical wolf was like a tiger. His burly body landed and blocked the city gate. Break. QBZ-01 held the spear in his right hand. The knight spear was black in color and did not reflect any light. He stabbed forward. After that, a bang was heard. The combined bloodline power energy ball of Han Taiching and the other 2 demon race commanders was shattered by QBZ-01's spear and exploded. The shockwaves of energy spread out. Qi Wanyan's eyes widened and his pupils contracted. What's going on? They've been stopped. Qing Luo exclaimed in shock. Could there be 3rd-rank human warriors? Shouted Kai Lin. This Bayan. Han Taiching and the others widened their eyes. Sprint, charge. Buzz. QBZ-01 instantly activated 2 skills and his body shone with the light of skills. The giant mechanical wolf soldier let out a roar and its speed increased. Whoosh! Charging at full speed, he charged straight towards Han Taiching and the rest. Hurry up! It was extremely fast. The mechanical wolf's body was huge, but after its skill was activated, its speed was as fast as lightning. In an instant, it crossed a great distance and appeared in front of Han Taiching and the others. "Be careful," Luoya said in shock. "Knight's killing cleave." Whoosh! QBZ-01's lance pierced out like a venomous snake. It instantly pierced through everything with a powerful penetrating force. Phut! Blood spurted out. The head of the Archer Division, Han Taiching, did not even have time to react before QBZ-01 pierced through his heart. "Ah!" Han Taiching shrieked in pain. "Commander Han!" Zheng Wulong's eyes widened and he roared, "Damned human, die!" Boon! Zheng Wulong roared and attacked with all his might. A blue octopus appeared and merged into the long blade in his hand. A bright blade light burst out and slashed at QBZ-01. Roar! The giant mechanical wolf soldier roared and used its strength skill. It slapped out with all its strength, shattering Zheng Wulong's blade light. The terrifying strength even sent the long blade in Zheng Wulong's hand flying. This Bayan! Zheng Wulong's face was filled with fear. Phut! The giant mechanical wolf soldier leaped over, opened its bloody mouth, and bit off Zheng Wulong's head in one bite. Chapter 197: The Counterattack. It could be said that Jiandli was very satisfied with QBZ-01's combat power. He killed 2 level 3 demon leaders. It was a complete suppression. Jiandli looked at the battlefield and murmured, "As long as I can destroy the 300,000 demon soldiers, I'll be able to obtain a large amount of soul tinder. I hope I can gather 9 level 3 soul tinders this time. In that case, I only need to accumulate 100 million energy points to activate the level 3 troop class." Bang! In the holographic screen, QBZ-01's right hand shook and the spear shook. Han Taiching's body really was split into pieces and blood splattered everywhere. The giant mechanical wolf soldier that bit Zheng Wulong's head to pieces had blood seeping out from the corner of its mouth. After that, the giant mechanical wolf soldier spat out Zheng Wulong's head. "This one NI, this one NI." Morpheus was terrified. He kept retreating and his hands holding the hammer were trembling. He looked at QBZ-01 in fear, his heart filled with fear. "Why aren't you running?" Qi Wangyang roared. "Giant crossbow fire. A chariot. Use the chariots to charge. We must stop him. Shua. Shua. Whoosh!" In the demon army, the huge crossbows were aimed at QBZ-01, and as they shot, it became a rain of arrows. Boon! 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 At the same time, tank mechs and mechanical rangers fired their cannons. Tank shells and bazookas shot out, blowing up the crossbow arrows. Boon! QBZ-01 spear swept across and those charging siege vehicles were all sent flying. Some even fell apart in the air. Ah! Miserable screams rang out continuously. At this moment, Morpeda was about to escape back into the demon army. Die! Whoosh! QBZ-01 raised the knight spear in his hand and threw it like a javelin. It was as fast as lightning. Phut! The next moment, the knight spear pierced through Morpe's body and nailed him to the ground. Ah! Ah! Morpe screamed and coughed up blood. His face was twisted in pain. "Commander!" The demon soldiers shouted in fear. Qi Wanyan's eyes also widened. Boon! Indake-01 charged over and fired a psionic cannonball at Qi Wanyan. Qi Wanyan quickly retreated and dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. QBZ-01 activated his charge skill and the giant mechanical wolf soldier descended from the sky. Its huge wolf claws slammed down, crushing Mophead's head. It was like a watermelon crushed by a car wheel. Phut! QBZ-01 pulled out the long spear. The whole process took less than a minute. The 3 demon clan army commanders. They all fell. How did this happen? Qi Wanyan found it hard to accept this reality. Ah! Suddenly, while Qi Wanyan was still in shock, he heard Luoya's screams. Indake-01 released mechanical psionic energy, forming a psionic domain that enveloped Luoya. The strange twisting and destructive power acted on Luoya's body. Phut! Blood splattered everywhere. Luoya's body was twisted into a fried dough twist. He had fallen directly. Luoya! Qing Luo howled in grief. No! Kailin roared in rage. Kill! Boon! QBZ-01 charged over. He joined the battle and worked together with Indake-01, directly suppressing Qi Wenyang and the others. The situation was reversed. Qi Wenyang and the others were forced to retreat, and they were in a dangerous situation. Sprint, charge. Indake-01 activated his skill, and his speed increased drastically. He broke through Qi Wenyang and the others' blockade, then charged toward the demon army. Psionic control, bloodthirsty, tremendous strength, psionic frenzy. Buzz. 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 At this moment, Indake-01 unleashed 4 skills at the same time, all of which were enhancement skills. A psionic mist that was as thick as black mist surged around his body. It faintly revealed a blood-red, bloodthirsty glow. Its power increased greatly. Many demons widened their eyes. Psionic heavy sword slash. Finally, Indake-01 charged up its energy to the maximum and raised the psionic imperial crocodile heavy sword in its hand. It let out a loud roar and slashed at the demon army. Whoosh! In an instant, the heavy sword slashed down. It burst out with an extremely bright sword light that was hundreds of meters long. It was like a sword-shaped mountain that filled the sky. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. Such power. It was almost close to the 4th tier. Boon. 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 An explosion rang out, reverberating throughout the battlefield. It could be seen. In the air, 3 battle beasts. The black-winged eagle, the alligator snapping turtle, and the flood dragon flame lion. All of them exploded. It exploded into light spots that filled the sky. The dense fog of light that had enveloped the demon army immediately dispersed. One sword. It was a sword. Indake-01 destroyed 3 Tier 2 battle formations with a single slash. Ah! Phut! 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 A large number of demon soldiers' shrieks could be heard from within the demon army. As the 3 formations were broken at the same time, nearly 30,000 demon soldiers were killed by the backlash. It could be said that they had suffered heavy losses. The military puppet formation has been broken. Ha 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 ha. The 3 Grade 2 formations of the demon race have been broken. Too powerful, too powerful, too powerful, too powerful, too powerful. The army formation is broken. Cheers. Jumping for joy. Luo Ming and the soldiers of King Jin's army all shouted in ecstasy. The pupils of Qi Wenyang and the others contracted. He trembled. Fear. All sorts of emotions emerged from their hearts. It was as if there was a chill that went from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. How did this happen? Qing Luo was dumbfounded. Originally, Qi Wenyang's plan was to delay Indake-01 and let the 3 early-stage Tier 3 commanders break the stalemate on the battlefield, blasting open the city gate of Jinwen County. After that, the 300,000-strong army charged into the city and started a massacre. They annihilated Jiang Li's army and took over the city of Jinwen County. They won the final victory. He didn't expect this. What's going on? Jiang Li's army suddenly had another perfected stage level 3 and killed Han Taiqing and the others in a very short time. Indake-01 even broke through 3 of the army formations with a single slash. Good. It's time to counterattack. Jiang Li's eyes lit up. He clenched his fists and shouted, "All troops, charge! Annihilate the demon army! Kill! Charge!" The next moment, all the perfected stage matches on the city wall jumped down. Many walking corpse puppets charged at the demon army. Not only that, even the mech pilots who were transporting the mechs were sent out to join the battle. Boon! 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 The mechanical artillery fired round after round. The barrels were red because of overheating and the damage was increasing. Jiangli used up energy points and repaired them. Rumble. In the demon army, after losing the protection of the battle formation, the true power of the cannonballs was revealed. The inferior and level 1 demon soldiers were instantly killed by the cannonballs. Da. Nearly 20,000 firearm mechs fired crazily. Their machine guns spat out flames and countless bullets flew everywhere, turning the demons into sieves and breaking their armor. There were countless deaths and injuries. The combat mechs, cold weapon mechs, biochemical mechs, electric mechs, and mechanical rangers all charged into the demon army. Both sides engaged in close combat. The perfected stage mechs were powerful. Although they were less in number than the demon soldiers, they were superior in quality and could fight 5 of them. Or even more. A banner of perfected stage 1. These soldiers are all perfected stage 1. The demon soldiers screamed in pain as they were killed one by one. After the real fight, only then did they know the true strength of these soldiers. One had to know. He could fight 10 peak stage elementary level martial artists at the beginning stage of level 1, let alone a perfected level 1 martial artist. He could even fight 100 peak stage elementary level martial artists. It could be said that there was no more battle formation. The demon army was no match for Jiangli's mech army. Unless the monsters could also send an army made up of perfected stage level 1 monsters, they wouldn't be able to fight Jiangli's mech army head-on. Rumble. The ground was shaking. The tank mechs formed a team of tanks and charged into the battlefield. They fired tank shells that exploded in the demon army. A large number of demon soldiers were killed. Da. The tank's machine gun fired thousands of shots per minute. The gun seemed to be burning, and the demon soldiers were killed before they could even get close to the tank mech. The mechanical rangers were also very useful. They roamed around the battlefield and killed many stage 2 demon commanders. Burn your bloodline. Kill. The demons also began to resist with all their might. The demons with 3rd-grade bloodlines would burn their bloodlines directly. This was especially so for the demon commanders who had reached the perfected stage of rank 2. After burning their bloodlines, their strength increased greatly. It caused a lot of casualties to Jiangli's mechs. However, these casualties were all within Jiangli's acceptable range. Time passed. On the battlefield, the demon soldiers were dying in large numbers. Jiangli had also destroyed many mechs. Some of them self-destructed on the battlefield and killed a large number of demon soldiers, but they also hurt other mechs. On the other side of the battlefield, Fut. Chilin screamed in pain. QBZ-01 spear had pierced through his chest and came out of his body. He quickly retreated and saved his life. However, he was severely injured. Obviously, Index-01 and QBZ-01, the 2 mechs at the peak of level 3, had completely suppressed Qi Wenyang, Qing Luo, and Yin Len. Commander, we can't go on like this. We can only burn our bloodline and fight to the death. Qing Luo shouted. Commander, yelled Kai Lin. Oh no. Qi Wenyang nodded and took a deep breath. He then said with a heavy tone, then let's go all out. Bloodline ignition. Buzz. 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 The next moment, Qi Wenyang, Qing Luo, and Yinglin roared in unison as they burned their bloodlines, materializing their bloodline Dharma forms and gaining a temporary boost in strength. Shua. The psionic Imperial Crocodile Knight leaped from the back of the psionic Imperial Crocodile soldier and arrived in front of Sai Lin in an instant, slashing down with its psionic Imperial Crocodile heavy sword. Buzz. The sword light bloomed. The psionic Imperial Crocodile Knight used the skill Psionic Heavy Sword Slash. The power of this sword was naturally not as strong as the one that had broken the 3 military formations. But it was still powerful. The sword slashed down. Fut. Chilin had just burned his bloodline and unleashed his full power, but before he could show his power, his head was cut off by the Emperor Crocodile Knight. Blood gushed out from the broken neck. It was like a fountain. Chapter 198 Total Annihilation. All right. Jiangli chuckled. The psionic Imperial Crocodile Knight's sudden attack and beheading had easily taken out Chen Lin and a level 3 monster. Sure. Soon after, QBZ-01 charged over and thrust its heavy spear forward. Like a dragon emerging from the sea, it was unstoppable. This spear contained an extremely powerful penetrative force as it pierced toward Qing Luo. Kill. Qing Luo bellowed in rage, her eyes turning scarlet red. After igniting her bloodline, her strength had reached the level of a perfected stage rank 3. Although it could only last for a short time, its power had increased greatly. Whoosh! Qing Luo's weapon was also a long spear, but it emitted a green luster. Her bloodline was a huge green python that was burning with green flames. They fused into one. Boon. QBZ-01 and Qing Luo clashed with their spears, causing a series of explosions to ring out. Bang 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 bang. The battle was extremely intense. Crocodile blade. Clang. Qi Wanyan's bloodline burned and his sword Crocodile Dharma form enlarged. It was like an ancient beast, burning with black flames and merging with his body. Its might was monstrous. He held his sword with both hands and slashed at Index-01. The sword slashed down. It turned into a boundless sword gleam that was as black as ink. Accompanied by the swordcrux roar, it seemed to have split the space before it into two as it slashed towards Index-01. Obviously, Qi Wenyang was very clear. Although burning one's bloodline could greatly increase one's strength, it could only last for a very short time. Thus, one could not engage in a prolonged battle and had to use a big move from the start. One strike to decide the outcome. Otherwise, it would only be disadvantageous to him if this dragged on. Psionic control, bloodthirsty, tremendous force, psionic frenzy. Boon. 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 Index-01 charged forward from the front without any intention of retreating or fear. In an instant, he unleashed 4 skills to enhance himself. Buzz. A vast amount of psionic energy surged. Psionic heavy sword slash. Boon. Index-01 accumulated his power to the maximum and slashed out with his sword. The psionic Imperial Crocodile heavy sword slashed down, forming a sword light that was as large as a mountain. It slashed across the sky. Rumble. The next moment, the two sides' attacks collided head-on. There were no fancy techniques or complicated sword moves. There was only strength. A powerful force. It was a battle of pure strength. The two vast sword lights collided with each other. The pitch-black sword chi exploded and the energy fluctuations burst out, creating a series of explosions. A pitch-black radiance was shining. Ah! Qi Wenyang was shouting and using all his strength to squeeze out all the energy in his body. His eyes were so wide that they were about to pop out, and his veins were popping out as if they were about to burst. Bang 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 bang. It could be seen. The ground beneath Index-01's feet caved in. Countless cracks spread out with him as the center, like a spider web. Similarly, the ground beneath Qi Wenyang's feet was also cracking. In the surroundings, the demon soldiers looked up. The soldiers of the county city stared with wide eyes. Their eyes were filled with respect and shock. They were shocked by power and respect for experts. Commander, you must win. We definitely will. The demon race will win. The demon soldiers were praying. Roar. The psionic Imperial Crocodile soldier roared. Boom. The ground shook. The skill sprint and charge were activated, increasing the power of the sword. Catcher. Catcher. In the end, the sword light began to shatter. The sword lights from both sides were shattering. With a loud boom, the vast sword radiance exploded like black fireworks. It bloomed in the sky and was extremely beautiful, but it also contained a powerful force. Waves of shock waves spread in all directions. Ah! Qi Wenyang let out a blood-curdling screech as he was sent flying by this shockwave. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew several hundred meters away before crashing onto the ground. He rolled another several hundred meters before finally coming to a stop. Rub rub rub. Index-01 took a few steps back as well. With every step he took back, he left a huge pit and footprint with a diameter of more than 10 meters on the ground. Cough cough. Qi Wanyan got up and knelt on one knee. He held his sword in his right hand and stuck it on the ground. He coughed out blood continuously, and the black flames on his body gradually dimmed. He raised his head and looked at Indaka-01. The Crown Prince did not lose unjustly. He. Qi Wanyan laughed bitterly. Jiang Li has such a powerful subordinate like you. He didn't lose in vain. We are all wrong. We are all wrong. Demon Minister Zhu Ling, you've made the wrong decision. Jiang Li is the real threat. He's the first enemy we should eliminate. We have to kill him at all costs, even if we have to use the entire country's power. Demon Minister, Your Majesty, we were really wrong. Chuan Yang roared at the sky. Heavy sword technique. Sure. Indake-01 charged over and slashed down with his heavy sword, crushing Qi Wanyan's defense. He then cut off Qi Wanyan's head. Phut. The headless body fell to the ground and blood gushed out from the broken neck, forming a pool of blood around the body. Whoosh! Immediately after, a pure white light spot flew out of Qi Wanyan's body like a firefly and was captured by the mech. Sure. Acquired a Tier 3 Soul Tinder. A notification appeared. All right, he said. Soul Tinder. Jiang Li shouted with joy, I finally got a level 3 Soul Tinder after killing so many level 3 ones. On the other side, the battle between Qing Luo and QBZ-01 had also come to an end. It could be seen. QBZ-01 seized the opportunity and first activated his skills, charge, and great strength. When the power was accumulated to the maximum, he immediately activated the sprint and charge. In that instant, QBZ-01 was like an extreme stream of light as it instantly stabbed toward Qing Luo. The heavy spear was like a black bolt of lightning that streaked across the void. Phut! The spear pierced through Qing Luo's defense and pierced through her body. Ah! Qing Luo screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! The heavy spear trembled and Qing Luo's body was torn into pieces. He died immediately. Kill. Soon after, Indake-01 and QBZ-01 charged into the battlefield. As they joined in, they were like tigers entering a flock of sheep, sweeping away everything in their path. Without any Tier 3 existences, there was no monster race that could stop Indake-01 and QBZ-01 slaughter. The situation was tilted to one side. The demon soldiers were killed so badly that they had to shed their armors. Charge! Kill the demons! Kill! At this moment, when they saw that the demon army had been completely suppressed, Luo Min and the rest became excited. Then, they led the remaining soldiers and jumped off the city wall, charging into the battle. Who tilde tilde who tilde who tilde? Jiang Li let out a breath and calmed down. He sat on the chair, looked at the holographic projection in front of him, and smiled. It ended. They had won this battle. Sure. Sure. In front of him, a series of notifications appeared. Acquired a first stage Soul Tinder. Acquired a stage 2 Soul Tinder. As the mechs killed the monsters one by one, Jiang Li also got a lot of Soul Tinders. It showed that the quality of the 300,000 demon soldiers was extraordinary. Unfortunately, they encountered Jiang Li's mech army. Therefore, the entire army was annihilated. At noon, the war was over. All 300,000 demon soldiers were killed. Jiang Li gave a death order that no demon soldiers could escape, so the mech chased after them. Furthermore, let's go. Jiang Li ordered the news to be blocked. At least, they couldn't let the Red Eyebrow Empire know that their 300,000 soldiers were all killed. In the afternoon, the residents of the county city were mobilized by Luo Ming and the others to clean up the battlefield and loot. Jiang Li was also counting the losses. Master, we lost 20,520 mechs. Indake-01 reported to Jiang Li, we lost 18020 perfected level mechs, 2,000 early stage level 2 mechs, and 500 perfected level 2 mechs. 320 perfected level mechs self-destructed, 150 early stage level 2 mechs self-destructed, and 30 perfected level 2 mechs self-destructed. We've lost so much. Jiang Li frowned. The Crocodile Emperor Legion has less than 60,000 soldiers left. We need to replenish our forces as soon as possible. Jiang Li thought. There's no time to lose. QBZ-01, Index-01, immediately lead 2 troops and rush to the other 2 cities in Jinwen Prefecture. By this evening, transport all the resources to the prefecture capital. Finally, let the GJS-01 escort troops transport all the resources back to the Great Xia City. Go. Jiang Li ordered. Yes. Yes. QBZ-01 and Index-01 nodded at the same time. The communication was shut down. QBZ-01 and Index-01 had already left the county city with 2 troops and headed to the other 2 cities in Jinwen County as Jiang Li ordered. Sure. Jiang Li contacted the escort team of GJS-01. My lord, will arrive at the Jinwen County city by tonight at the latest. GJS-01 responded to Jiang Li. All right, he said. Yes. Jiang Li nodded. Speed up. Yes. GJS-01 nodded. Soon after, the communications were shut down. Jiang Li contacted the border defense line of Qianshui City and asked YNMYQ-01. He confirmed that there was nothing wrong at the border defense line of Qianshui City. It was very peaceful and there were no traces of barbarians. However, Luo Qianshui, on the other hand, had sent a team to Chang'an County to inquire about the situation. They had sent a messenger pigeon back to learn about the recent situation. Chang'an Prefecture has been conquered by the barbarian army. So fast. Jiang Li received the information. Compared to the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom, the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom has an advantage. They have taken down a county of the Great Qian Dynasty. I think they will be able to obtain a lot of resources and spoils of war. Jiang Li thought to himself. Let's not worry about this for now. Let's stick to the original plan, Jiang Li murmured. After we occupy Jinwen County, we'll search for resources, convert them into energy points, and increase our forces. Then, we'll use Jinwen County as our stronghold and gradually invade the surrounding county cities. To tell the truth, Jiang Li really wanted to send YNMMYQ-01 to invade the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom and take their resources, but he didn't do it in the end. If they invaded the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom and seized their resources, he would have completely angered the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom. At that time, the loss would outweigh the gain. It was better to develop steadily first. Sure. Soon after, Jiang Li opened the Dominator panel and checked all the soul tinders he got after killing the 300,000 demon soldiers. Chapter 199 gathered. This time, they had annihilated the demon army of 300,000. Jiang Li had caught 5,980 level 1 soul tinders, 150 level 2 soul tinders, and 1 level 3 soul tinder. In the soul tinder column, Jiang Li had 5,980 level 1 soul tinders, 150 level 2 soul tinders, and 6 level 3 soul tinders. Fuse the first stage soul tinder. Buzz. Fuse. Jiang Li immediately started to fuse the level 1 soul tinder. Sure. 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 Fusion successful. Fusion failed. Fusion failed. In front of him, a series of notifications flashed past. Half an hour later, all 5,980 level 1 soul tinders had been fused. There were a total of 598 fusions, 399 failures, and 199 successes. He had obtained 199 stage 2 soul tinders. In other words, Jiang Li already had 349 level 2 soul tinders. Fuse the second stage soul tinder. Buzz. Fuse. Jiang Li activated the fusion function again. Sure. 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 In front of him, a series of notifications flashed past. A few minutes later, the second stage soul tinder fusion was completed. He had fused a total of 34 times and there were only 9 level 2 soul tinders left. He was missing 1 and could not continue to fuse. He had succeeded 6 times and failed 28 times. Jiang Li got 6 level 3 soul tinders. 6 level 3 soul tinders. Jiangli looked at the white level 3 soul tinders in front of him and murmured, in addition to the original 6, I already have 12 level 3 soul tinders. The 9 tier 3 soul tinders have been gathered and there are 3 left. I'm only short of 100 million energy points now. Sure. Jiangli closed all the interfaces. Jiangli was in a good mood now that he had gathered all the level 3 soul tinders. He walked out of the house and went to the courtyard of the Castellan mansion. The courtyard had already been renovated. Buzz. Soon after, Jiangli took out the blood refinement bead and started to practice the Thunder Chi skill. At the same time, he took some pills to absorb the energy in the blood refinement bead. He activated his cultivation technique and refined his inner force. Time passed. Soon, it was evening. Jiangli cultivated for the whole afternoon, but he didn't gain much. His internal force only strengthened a little, but he was still far away from breaking through the 4th meridian and reaching the mid-stage of level 1. Good news came from YNDHYQ01 and QBZ01. The 2 troops had successfully occupied the other 2 cities in Jinwen County and gathered all the resources to transport them back to the county. At the same time, the escort team of GJS-01 had also arrived at the city of Jinwen County. An hour later, after loading the resources and goods onto the escort team's large military transport truck, the GJS-01 escort team immediately set off and returned to the Great Xia City. In order to protect the supplies, Jiangli expanded the escort team of GJS-01 to 40,000 people, including QBZ-01. In other words, there were less than 30,000 soldiers left in the Imperial Crocodile Army in the city of Jinwen County. That night, Jiangli didn't rest. Instead, he sat on the bed with his legs crossed. He held the blood refinement bead in his right hand, took some pills, and practiced the thunder skill to improve his cultivation. It had to be said. The blood refinement bead was indeed worthy of being a treasure that could help a person break through from the great circle of Class 2 to Class 3. The energy it contained was extremely vast and extremely pure. Jiangli had only absorbed less than 1/10 of the energy in the blood refinement bead. It could probably help Jiangli reach the perfected stage of level 1. He had really broken through to the 2nd rank. On the other side, the Wuzu subleague of the Half-Monster Alliance. At the peak of the main peak in the center, it was a palace. Shua. In the air. One by one, blood-eyed crows flew into the hall, bringing news after news, which finally gathered in the hands of the leader of the Wuzu Sub-Alliance. In the main hall, the higher-ups of the Wuzu subleague of the Half-Monster Alliance gathered. They were discussing Alliance Master Xiao Helong of the Great Xia County, Wen Zhuiying of the Jinwen County, Li He of the Chang'an County, Xiao Changping of the Royal Protector County, Meng Li of the Fallen Goose County, He Chi of the Yuehe County, Yu Zi of the Phoenix County, Wen Zhenlin of the Qianlong County, He Lom of the Divine Crane County, Shan Peipei of the Lingwan County, and Fen Yanyan of the capital. It has only been a few days since the start of the plan, Mo Ling said slowly. 11 of our hidden chess pieces have failed one after another, with 11 of them dead. Xiao Helong and Wen Zhuiying both died in Jiangli's hands. The capital's Fen Yanyan was a top-notch perfected Stage 3 expert, but she was assassinated. In addition, Li He of Chang'an Prefecture was killed by the barbarian army. Alliance Master. This subordinate thinks that if this continues and another hidden chess piece fails and gets killed, it will probably affect our plan, Jiao Luoqing said as he stood up. So, I think it's time for us to make a move. I can't wait any longer. Alliance Master. Soon after, the elders of the Half-Monster Alliance all looked at the person sitting in the high seat. No rush. The Alliance Master, who was wearing a colorful grimacing mask and did not reveal his true face at all, said in a calm tone, only 11 of our hidden chess pieces have died. Besides, Li Xiaobo from Shan County, Mo Pingyang from Magic Cauldron County, and a few other hidden chess pieces have been developing well. They have already occupied the county cities that they belong to. They have also spread to the surrounding areas and gradually expanded their army. You must remember, you must not make a move unless it's a critical moment. Moreover, you have to know that King Qian is extremely powerful. Otherwise, how could he sit on the throne so peacefully? This buy-in. We understand. Mo Ling and the others exchanged glances before nodding their heads. Mo Ling, find a chance to contact Jiang Li again, the Alliance Master said. I made a mistake this time. I didn't expect Jiang Li to be able to resist the pressure from the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom and the Red Eyebrow Empire. Find a way to make Jiang Li cooperate with us. Doesn't Jiang Li need herbs? This is a breakthrough. Yes, Alliance Master. Mo Ling was stunned for a moment before nodding his head in agreement. The Great Gan Lord Dynasty. The capital. It was already late at night. In the palace. You're here. Tonight. King Qian was not wearing his dragon robe. He was only wearing thin pajamas with dragon patterns embroidered on them. He sat on the dragon bed and closed his eyes to rest as he murmured softly. Your Majesty. Right in front. A figure walked in, but he did not kneel down to King Qian. Although his tone was respectful, his actions were a little casual. Furthermore, the other party's appearance was slightly unkempt, the buttons of his clothes were buttoned wrong, his messy hair looked dirty and messy, and his toes could be seen from the shoes he was wearing. It had a pair of black bat ears. If Jiang Li was here, he could recognize it. He was Roland. Elder Roland of the Half-Monster Alliance. Your Majesty, this is the information on all the hidden chess pieces of the Half-Monster Alliance. Roland took out a jade slip from his pocket and handed it to King Qian. Put it down. King Qian muttered. Yes. Roland nodded and put the jade slip on the table. You can leave now. King Qian said. Roland pondered for a while but didn't leave immediately. He raised his head and said, Your Majesty, I'm sorry. You can leave now. King Qian slowly opened his eyes and looked at Roland quietly. A golden light in the shape of a dragon flashed in his eyes, and Roland's face immediately turned pale. Ying Luo is. Roland left quickly, as if he was running away. Sure. King Qian waved his right hand, and the jade slip landed in his palm. After he infused his true energy into it, lines of words appeared in the air like a projection. Half-Monster Alliance. King Qian only took a glance before he was done browsing. 11 hidden chess pieces have died so quickly. I'm giving you a chance. Don't let me down. Without you, how can I fulfill my wish? Bang. There was a flash of golden light in King Qian's palm. The jade slip in his hand turned into dust and dissipated. It was a quiet night. The next day arrived. The Great Xia City. Jiang Li had cultivated all night and his internal force had increased a lot. He should be able to reach the mid-stage of level 1 after a few more days. The escort team of GJS-01 had already returned to the Great Xia City this morning. All the large military transport trucks had entered the military camp. Jiang Li went straight to the military camp. My lord. My lord. Thank you. GJS-01 and QBZ-01 saluted Jiang Li at the same time. Yes. Okay. Jiang Li nodded and looked at the large military transport trucks that were parked neatly next to him. They were filled with all kinds of supplies and spoils. You guys move the medicinal herbs and spirit herbs out of the carriage first. Jiang Li said. Yes. The mechs moved to carry the supplies. They piled the ordinary herbs and the spiritual herbs together. The boxes were stacked one after another, forming a small mountain. My lord, these are all the lower spiritual crystals we've collected this time. Please take a look. The jade box GJS-01 with the lower spiritual crystals was moved in front of Jiang Li and opened. Inside were diamond-shaped crystals. They were all lower spiritual crystals. All right, he said. Jiang Li smiled. He didn't count the number of crystals. Instead, he touched the crystals with his right hand and started the conversion. Sure. Discovered item that can be converted into energy points. Do you want to convert it? A notification appeared. Yes. Jiang Li confirmed. Buzz. A white light flashed. The lower spiritual crystals in the jade box disappeared and were converted into energy points. Conversion successful. You've received 11 million energy points. I've converted 11 million energy points. That's 1,100 lower spiritual crystals, Jiangli murmured. That's 1,100 lower spiritual crystals. Half an hour later, all the herbs and spirit herbs were moved out of the cart and piled together. Convert. Jiangli walked over, put his hand on the herbs and started the conversion. Buzz. A white light flashed. All the medicinal ingredients had disappeared. They were converted into energy points. Conversion successful. You've received 3100710 energy points. A notification appeared. Continue. After Jiangli finished converting the ordinary herbs, he was going to convert all the graded spiritual herbs. Buzz. A white light flashed. All the spirit herbs had been transformed. The wooden boxes became empty. Conversion successful. 750,000 energy points. Sure. Jiangli closed all the interfaces. All the medicinal herbs and spiritual herbs he had plundered from Jinwan County had been converted. There were only 20 stalks of Tier 2 spiritual herbs left. There were no Tier 3 spiritual herbs. Soon after. Okay. Jiangli left the camp with the 20 top-class Level 2 spiritual herbs. Chapter 200 Unlocking. They returned to the City Lord's mansion. Jiangli put the 20 top-tier Level 2 spiritual herbs in the special warehouse of the City Lord mansion. There were also some top-tier Level 2 spiritual herbs that he had collected a few times before. Speaking of this, Jiangli asked Chuwaye, Hanleki, and the others to appraise the dozens of top-class Level 2 spiritual herbs, but they only recognized half of them. They didn't know many of them. Furthermore, most of the spiritual herbs they knew were ordinary Tier 2 superior spiritual herbs. They did not have any special effects. They were basically used to refine medicinal pills to improve cultivation. Jiangli didn't have an alchemist, so he had to leave the Level 2 spiritual herbs for now. It might be useful in the future. Even if it didn't work, he could still buy it for a large sum of money. He wouldn't lose anything. Sure. The Dominator panel opened. In the energy points column, Jiangli looked at the number. He now had 35761,310 energy points, which was more than 30 million points. He was close to 40 million points, but he was still more than half away from 100 million energy points. Among them, the perfected stage level 1 mech recovered 132,750 energy points, the early stage level 2 mech recovered 925,000 energy points, and the perfected stage level 2 mech recovered 352,500 energy points. There were 2 more cities in the county city of Qingjin County. All the herbs and spiritual herbs, as well as the lower spiritual crystals. In total, he had obtained 216,710 energy points. The consumption of ore. He had used 162,000 energy points to repair the mechs, replenish ammunition, and upgrade them. This was mainly because he had upgraded QBZ-01. I'm still lacking a lot of energy points. Jiangli thought to himself. Let's replenish the Crocodile Emperor Legion's lost soldiers first. Soon after, Jiangli went back to the temporary military camp, which had expanded many times and was enough to accommodate a large number of mechs. It took up a large area of the city. So, Jiangli chose to build mechs in the military camp. Of course, before making mechs, Jiangli sent mechs around the camp to prevent anyone from approaching. If anyone tried to get close, depending on the situation, they would be killed. Create 27030 level 1 mechs. Jiangli used 270,300 energy points to build 27,030 level 1 mechs, including 7020 combat mechs, 7,180 cold weapon mechs, 6,990 biochemical mechs, and 5,840 ion mechs. Buzz. The manufacturing interface appeared. There were 4 illusionary figures, and each figure had a corresponding number next to it, representing the number of mechs to be built. A minute later, the illusionary figure solidified. Creation complete. Sure. 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 27,030 mechs appeared out of thin air. They were divided into 4 groups and appeared in front of Jiangli in an orderly line. Chief Sovereign. The 20,000 mechs saluted in unison. This time, more than 7,000 cold weapon mechs were created, but there were no leg units. Yes. Yes. Jiangli nodded and responded, upgrade all mechs. Buzz. He spent 378,420 energy points to upgrade all 27030 mechs to the perfected stage. It was fully equipped. They were all promoted from private to sergeant. Create 3,510 level 2 mechs. Jiangli used 351,000 energy points to build 1,400 electric mechs, 400 transport mechs, 800 tank mechs, 800 mechs, rangers, and 110 mechs. Upgrade 710 level 2 mechs. Soon after, Jiangli used another 994,000 energy points to upgrade 710 perfected stage mechs to replenish the Crocodile Emperor army. This time, they were replenishing their losses. Jiangli used up 1750450 energy points in total, so he had 1825610 energy points left. Although we did take down Jinwen County, there were too many wasted mechs, so we didn't get many energy points. The army of Jinwen County didn't cause too much damage to the Crocodile Emperor Legion, Jiangli thought. It's mainly because of the sudden appearance of the 300,000 demon soldiers. However, without the 300,000 demon soldiers, I wouldn't have been able to gather the 9 level 3 soul tinders. It's a trade-off. The losses have been replenished. Next, we should continue to send troops and occupy the county cities around Jinwen County. We should collect enough energy points as soon as possible and activate the Stage 3 mechanical army. Jiangli thought to himself. I now have 12 level 3 soul tinders, and with enough troops, I've long reached the authority to activate the battlefield commander of the special mechanical arms. It's time to unlock a battlefield commander. Sure. The Dominator panel opened. Jiangli clicked on military type and found the mechanical special military type : Then, he clicked on it. Sure. The separation surfaces expanded. Subsurface, special type of machinery. Unit type, battlefield commander, unlocking condition met, unlock yes, no. It could be seen. The machinery special soldier type interface was completely different from the mechanical army soldier type interface. It didn't have stage 1, stage 2, or stage 3 soldiers. There was only the troop type option and the battlefield commander option. Obviously, this was the uniqueness of the special type of machinery. There was no division of soldier seed levels in the world. Furthermore, only when the conditions for unlocking a certain special troop class were met would the corresponding option appear in the column, and one could choose to unlock or not to unlock it. It was precisely because of this uniqueness. When Jiangli first played this game, he only unlocked some special units and only knew the conditions to unlock some of them. Among them, the commander of the battlefield needed an entire army of 1,500 mechs and a level 3 soul tinder to unlock it. Mechanical engineer could only be unlocked after the army base was opened. Wait. Unlocked battlefield commander. Yes. Jiangli confirmed. Sure. Do you wish to use a stage 3 soul tinder to unlock a battlefield commander? A notification appeared. Yes. Jiangli confirmed again. Sure. The interface flashed with white light. A rank 3 soul tinder had disappeared from the soul tinder column. Subsurface, special type of machinery. Troop type, battlefield commander, unlocked, able to manufacture 0 or 126. Obviously, Jiangli had 190,109 mechs, which was close to 200,000. He needed 1,500 soldiers to unlock the command of the battlefield. So, Jiangli could only create 126 battlefield commanders at most. There was also a limit to the number of people. Create 3 battlefield commanders. Jiangli thought about it and only created 3 battlefield commanders for now. Buzz. The manufacturing interface appeared. In the interface, an illusionary figure appeared, surrounded by countless light spots, which gradually solidified. A minute later, the figure solidified. Creation complete. Sure. 3 figures appeared out of thin air and stood in front of Jiangli. 2 men and 1 woman. The women stood in the middle and the two men stood on both sides. He had a determined look on his face and no expression could be seen on his face. He had a cold and handsome temperament. He looked to be in his 20s. He was wearing a green formal military uniform and a military cap. He looked rather majestic. Furthermore, the three battlefield commanders were not equipped with any obvious weapons, only an ordinary-looking pistol at their waists. The commander of the battlefield salutes the Lord. Pa. 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 With three loud sounds, he put his legs together and saluted to Jiang Li. "All right," he said. Jiang Li smiled. "Sure. Special troop type, battlefield commander. Rank, early stage of rank 3. No, ZH-01. Skill 1, level 3 inferior grade advanced intelligence. Skill 2, level 3 low grade advanced learning. Skill 3, stage 3 low grade advanced battlefield commanding skill. Artificial intelligence machinery, a mechanical creation that is not afraid of death, pain, and infinite loyalty. Equipped with advanced artificial intelligence, it has infinite possibilities. Only when the mechanical heart is destroyed or when the damage has reached 90% will it be truly scrapped. After it dies in battle, it can be recycled for half of the energy points of the cost. Advancement requirement, 200,000 energy points. Commander. Jiang Li carefully read through the commander's information. First of all, the battlefield commander was equipped with advanced artificial intelligence and computing power comparable to a supercomputer. It was enough to command the battle and respond to all kinds of situations. It could be said that every battlefield commander was a general who had experienced hundreds of battles. The most terrifying thing was, battlefield commanders were like real living beings. They had the ability to learn, and through learning, they could learn all kinds of skills and abilities. That was why it was said to have infinite possibilities. There was another thing. Although the battlefield commander wasn't good at fighting, he could gradually learn combat skills through learning skills. He could even reach the level of a combat soldier. Of course, it would take a long time. However, even so, in the beginning, even if he was not good at fighting, his rank was still there. It still possessed a certain level of combat strength. Upgrade. Soon after, Jiang Li used 420,000 energy points to upgrade all three commanders to the perfected stage of rank 3. They were all colonels. Thank you, Hegemon. Thank you. The three commanders saluted Jiang Li and said gratefully, "You're too polite." Jiang Li smiled and looked at the three commanders. "I'll still have to trouble you guys to command the war for the next matter. This is our duty." ZH-01 was the female commander. Her face was delicate and pretty. Although she wasn't the most beautiful, she was still the type that could be looked at. The Lord's words are more polite. We commanders were created to command wars and to win them. ZH-02 said. Yes, I am. ZH-03 seemed to treat his words like gold. All right, he said. Jiang Li's smile grew wider. One had to know. The match that Jiang Li had created before wouldn't be able to talk like these three battlefield commanders. To tell the truth, Jiang Li felt like he was talking to a normal person. ZH-01, go to the Thiech Crocodile Army and take over the position of commander. ZH-02, go to Chanshui City's border defense line and take over the role of commander YNMYQ-01. As for ZH-03, you will temporarily stay in the Great Xia City. Go. Jiang Li ordered. Chapter 201 The Plan. This buy-in. The three battlefield commanders looked at each other. Soon after. My respected lord, after we were created, our minds have automatically recorded the basic information and situation we are currently in. Although your command is very cautious and you took into account several aspects, your plan is stable and cautious enough. But, my lord, we don't have enough soldiers. There are less than 200,000 mechs. If we take care of many things, we will suffer unnecessary losses. Therefore, we hope that the master can listen to our opinions. Oh. Jiang Li looked at the three commanders. One had to know. It was the first time that Jiang Li's order was rejected by the mech. In the past, all the mechs followed Jiang Li's orders. They would do whatever Jiang Li said. They wouldn't ask, refuse, or give any suggestions. He could only react and answer, like a marionette. But, however, the three battlefield commanders in front of him were completely different. Of course, my dear lord, your orders are the direction we will follow with our lives. If you insist on following this plan, we will definitely support you with all our might. ZH-01 said. Even if I have to give up my life. ZH-02 followed. Yes, I am. ZH-03 nodded. Ahem, let's hear your opinions first. Jiang Li said. Yes. ZH-01's eyes revealed a hint of joy, as did the other two commanders, showing a very human-like expression. We think that we should gather all our forces and take down the county cities of the Great Qian dynasty as quickly as possible. We should take over the territory and obtain a large amount of resources to unlock the level 3 troop classes. My lord, said ZH-01. It's because we didn't concentrate our forces that the Crocodile Emperor army lost a large number of mechs in Jinwen County. It caused a huge waste of energy points. If we could gather all our forces, a mere 300,000 demon soldiers would be easily annihilated. There would not have been so many casualties. You're right. Jiang Li thought for a while and said, however, the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom and the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom must be guarded against. The Great Xia City must be protected by the army. There's no need to. The Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom has already invaded the Great Qian dynasty from Chaonan Prefecture. They won't even look at our Great Xia Prefecture anymore, said ZH-02. As for the Red Eyebrows Demon Kingdom, they won't know that 300,000 of their demon soldiers have been destroyed as long as the news is blocked. Of course, the Great Xia City does need an army to guard it. The safety of the ruler is our top priority. Therefore, we think that we should immediately withdraw the troops guarding the border of Qianshui City. We only need to keep 20,000 mechs in the Great Xia City and the rest will join the Crocodile Emperor Legion. Jiang Li fell into deep thought. The three commanders stopped talking and waited for Jiang Li's decision. All right, he said. Okay. Jiang Li didn't think for long before he nodded. Let's do that. Yes. The three battlefield commanders immediately raised their hands and saluted. It was very neat. That afternoon, the order was given. The troops guarding the border of Qianshui City returned to the Great Xia City at their fastest speed. By evening, they had returned to the Great Xia City. At night, the mech army set off. Boom. The numerous military transport trucks, main battle tanks, and artillery off-road vehicles formed a huge army, like a flood dragon, marching at full speed. This time, Jiang Li only left 20,000 mechs in the city. At the same time, only YNSH-01 and the walking corpse puppet controlled by YNSH-01 were left. The remaining mechs, GJS-01, QBZ-01, LT-01, and YNMYQ-01 were all sent out. They led more than 70,000 mechs and headed to Jinwen County to meet the Emperor Crocodile Army. Lord, let's wait for HZ-01's good news. ZH-03 said. Yes. Okay. Jiang Li nodded. It was a quiet night. The next morning, news came from ZH-01 that they had arrived at the city of Jinwen County and met up with the Thiech Crocodile Army. ZH-01 had taken over the command of the army, while ZH-02 was the deputy commander. At this moment, ZH-01 and ZH-02 were sitting in the middle of the Zhengwangfu. Luo Ming and the rest were sitting upright and still. They were carefully sizing up ZH-01 and ZH-02, not even daring to breathe loudly. Open the map. ZH-01 said. Yes. Luo Ming immediately stood up and spread out the map that he had prepared beforehand. The map in front of him showed the distribution of the 36 counties of the Great Qian dynasty in detail, as well as the neighboring countries on the border of the Great Qian dynasty. Among them, the Great Qian dynasty was north of the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom and the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom, and the border county was the Great Xia County. It was south of the Wei dynasty, and the border county was called Shan County. In the west, it faced the Lion Barbarian Kingdom, and the border county was the Demon County. To the east of Menghuang Lake, the border county was the Qianlong County. The neighboring county of Qingjin County. To the south was Fallen Phoenix County, to the north was Great Xia County, to the west was Shanhe County, and to the east was Chaoyang County. Luo Ming, you're the mansion master of Jinwang County. You should be very familiar with the situation of the 4 counties surrounding Jinwang County. Tell me in detail. ZH01 said. All right, Yin Luo, all right. Luo Ming's tone was somewhat nervous. There's no need for that in the Great Xia. ZH02 added. Yes. Luo Ming nodded and began to introduce the situation of Fallen Phoenix County, Mountain River County, and Chaoyang County, including the terrain, the location of the city, the distribution of the military forces, and so on. Finally, ZH01 and ZH02 discussed and decided on their target. They didn't attack at Fallen Phoenix County, according to Jiang Li's original plan. Instead, they chose Magic Cauldron County. First of all, the situation in Magic Cauldron County was rather chaotic. The county king of the Magic Cauldron County was not strong enough to intimidate the 5 city lords. As a result, all sorts of bandit groups appeared in the county. And now, after the Half-Monster Alliance activated their hidden chess piece, a rebel army appeared in the Magic Cauldron County, which made the county even more chaotic. Everyone was fighting for themselves, and they could not unite their forces. There was another thing. The Magic Cauldron Prefecture was rich in natural resources. It was one of the famous medicine merchant prefectures in the Great Shen dynasty. If they could occupy the Magic Cauldron Prefecture, they would definitely be able to harvest a large number of medicinal herbs and spiritual medicines, as well as a huge amount of energy points. After the target was confirmed, ZH01 reported the situation to Jiang Li. After getting Jiang Li's permission, the Crocodile Emperor Legion left for the Magic Cauldron County that afternoon. An army of 170,000 mechs. Including ZH01 and ZH02, there were a total of 5 perfected stage level 3 mechs. This was definitely a terrifying army. In the afternoon, there was a guest outside the Great Xia city. It was Mo Ling. Mo Ling headed straight into the Great Xia city. As she had already reached Tier 3, she was able to completely conceal her demonic characteristics, unless she was also at Tier 3. Otherwise, ordinary people would not be able to detect the abnormality. After entering the city, she first asked the residents for the direction of the City Lord's mansion. She walked along the street and came to the City Lord's mansion, but was stopped by the mech. Please inform the King of Jian County that Mo Ling, an old friend of the Half-Monster Alliance, has come to visit. Mo Ling replied. Just wait. The mech said coldly and went to report to Jiang Li. In the courtyard, Jiang Li was practicing the thunderous body movement. Because he had taken the 1000-year spirit marrow liquid, his talent for martial arts had improved. Although he didn't know how much it had improved, he was much stronger than before. The thundering movement technique had also improved significantly. Not long after, he should be able to reach the realm of small success. Sovereign, there's a man outside the residence who calls himself Mo Ling who wishes to meet you. The mech reported to Jiang Li outside the courtyard. Mo Ling. I'm here. Jiang Li stopped practicing. Why did the vice leader of the Half-Monster Alliance come to me? Bring her to the reception hall. Jiang Li said. Yes. The mech nodded and left. Let's go, he said. Let's go. Jiang Li left the courtyard. YNSH01 and ZH03 followed him to the hall. The mech had brought Mo Ling over. The King of Jian County. Thank you. Mo Ling walked into the reception hall with a smile and saluted Jiang Li. It's been a few days. You've improved again. Vice Alliance Leader Mo. Jiang Li looked up and said, the Half-Monster Alliance has been doing something big recently. I don't think you are here to catch up with me. Let's get straight to the point. The King of Jian County is still as straightforward as ever. Mo Ling smiled. He didn't care how Jiang Li knew that the chaos in the Great Shen dynasty was caused by the Half-Monster Alliance. I'll get straight to the point. The Half-Monster Alliance has gathered a large number of medicinal herbs recently. Not only are there ordinary medicinal herbs worth 1 billion taels of gold, but there are also spiritual herbs worth 10 billion taels of gold. As long as the King of Jian County is willing to form an alliance with us, the Half-Monster Alliance will sell these herbs and spirit herbs to the King of Jian County at 10% of the original price. What did you just say? Jiang Li was stunned. 1 billion taels of gold worth of ordinary medicinal herbs and 10 billion taels of gold worth of spirit herbs. Mo Ling was still smiling as he said, furthermore, we can sell it to the County King Jiang at 10% of the original price as long as the County King Jiang agrees to cooperate with the Half-Monster Alliance. How did you get so many herbs and spirit herbs? Jiang Li couldn't help but ask. County King Jiang, you don't have to worry about this. We naturally have our own channels. Besides, I've said it before, Mo Ling said. The power of the Half-Monster Alliance is far beyond the imagination of the King of Jian County. The sub-alliances are spread all over the super fantasy continent. All right. I agree. Jiang Li patted the armrest with his right hand. It's just working with you. We have the same goal, overthrowing Qin Chen. You agree? This time, it was Mo Ling who was stunned. To tell the truth, Mo Ling had prepared a lot of excuses to persuade Jiang Li, but she didn't expect Jiang Li to agree so quickly, which wasted her efforts. That's right. I don't know, Jiang Li said with a smile. But before we work together, we need to finish the deal first. That way, I can work with you without worry. Otherwise, if you go back on your word halfway or later, I will be played by you. He. However, Mo Ling shook his head. Jian County King, we can't do this. If you don't work with the Half-Monster Alliance after you get the item, we'll be at a loss. What a jerk. Shut up. Jiang Li shouted righteously. What kind of person do you think I am? Am I a hypocrite who goes back on his word? I never go back on my words. You must believe me. Chapter 202 The Contract. Ying Luo. Mo Ling had a smile on his face as he replied, County King Jiang, that joke wasn't funny at all. It seems Vice Alliance leader Mo is not sincere. Jiang Li calmed down, then waved his right hand and said, then send them off. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Li stood up and was about to leave. Please, he said. ZH03 raised his hand. The King of Jian County. Actually, I have a suggestion. If the Jian County King agrees to it, I'll immediately send people to deliver the medicinal herbs and spirit herbs, Mo Ling immediately replied. Tell me. Jiang Li said. After that, Mo Ling took out a purple gold piece of paper from his bosom. On it were dense runes that were interweaved together to form the contents. Jian County King, this is a divine text contract. Mo Ling explained, it's written using the divine text of the god's race. It contains a mysterious power of laws. Both parties who signed the contract must abide by the contents of the contract. Otherwise, you'll suffer the backlash of the contract. At best, you'll become a cripple. At worst, you'll die. A divine contract. Jiang Li looked at the purple gold paper in Mo Ling's hand and murmured. It was the first time Jiang Li had seen such a thing. Yes, I am. Mo Ling nodded. As long as the King of Jian County signs this contract and works with the Half-Monster Alliance to overthrow the Great Shen dynasty and establish the Half-Monster Kingdom, we can agree to any of the County King Jian's requests. Jiang Li sneered. Vice Alliance leader Mo, I felt something was wrong at the beginning. I didn't expect the Half-Monster Alliance to be so kind as to give me benefits. So you were digging a hole here? Contract? I don't know, Jiang Li said coldly. How do I know if you've done anything to the contract? Also, are you so sure that I need the herbs and spirit herbs? I will never sign a contract. Let's go, Jiang Li said in a deep voice. What do you mean you're going to eat it? Isn't it obvious that you need medicinal herbs? Mo Ling rolled his eyes in his heart. County King Jian, you have to consider this carefully. Mo Ling frowned. Vice Alliance Leader Mo, please leave. Humph. Jiang Li snorted. I hope you don't regret your decision today, County King Jiang. Mo Ling took back the contract and left. Jiang Li watched Mo Ling leave. So many medicinal herbs, gone just like that. Why is the Half-Monster Alliance so rich? Jiang Li felt his heart ache. Chief Sovereign, your subordinate believes that your decision to reject the other party's request was a very wise one. We are not familiar with the existence of the contract, so we cannot be sure if there are any hidden traps within the contract. 1 billion taels of gold worth of medicinal herbs and 10 billion taels of gold worth of spirit herbs are very tempting. If the ruler can obtain them, he can immediately unlock the Stage 3 mechanical army. However, the bait of a trap is often full of temptation. If you are not careful, you will fall into the trap that the enemy has designed in advance, and you will not be able to escape. That's right. Jiang Li nodded. But I can't get so many herbs and spirit herbs. I'm itching to get them. Don't worry, Hegemon. Those herbs and spirit herbs are only temporarily placed in the Wuzu sub-league of the Half-Monster Alliance, ZH-03 said. The half-monsters are just keeping them for us. ZH-01 and the rest have led the Thiech Crocodile army into action. In a few days, they will occupy the surrounding counties and obtain sufficient resources. When the time comes, we'll directly attack the border with our army and flatten the Wuzu sub-league of the Half-Monster Alliance. Then, we'll take all the things. It won't be that easy. Wuzu sub-league of the Half-Monster Alliance wouldn't have existed for so many years if it was so easy to destroy, Jiang Li said. It would have been destroyed by the neighboring kingdoms. Otherwise, I would have asked you to capture Mo Ling and use his life to force the Half-Monster Alliance to hand over the medicinal herbs and spirit herbs. The Hegemon is right about this, Swen and I. ZH-03 was taken aback. I didn't think of that. Everyone makes mistakes. Don't worry. Jiang Li waved his hand. Besides, you've just been born. You still have a lot to learn. Yes. ZH-03 nodded his head respectfully. In the evening, the Thiech Crocodile army, led by ZH-01 and ZH-02, crossed more than half of Jinwen County and entered the Magic Cauldron County. They passed by a few villages, but they were all reduced to ruins. The houses were all burned and the corpses were still rotten. The carrion vultures were circling in the air, crying. Our first target is the giant dragon city in the Magic Cauldron Prefecture. It's the closest. Speed up, ZH-01 said. We'll try to take down Giant Dragon City by tonight. Then, we'll rest and reorganize in the city. Yes. Your Excellency, the commander of the battlefield. Yes. The Mech responded in unison. Rumble. The engine roared. The car increased its speed and drove to the left. The road was rough, but it would not be affected much with the skill. Only the artillery off-road vehicle did not have the treading on flat ground as skill, so it had to slow down. It somewhat slowed down the marching speed. Magic Cauldron County, Giant Dragon City. Jiang Li looked at the holographic projection in front of him and saw the scene of the Crocodile Emperor army. There's a commander commanding the battle. There shouldn't be too much of a problem. Buzz. The communication was shut down. QX-01, if anything happens, wake me up. Go. Jiang Li ordered. Yes. QX-01 nodded. Yes. Jiang Li went back to rest. Late at night, the Thiech Crocodile army led by ZH-01 arrived outside of Giant Dragon City. The first thing they saw was a huge city that looked like an ancient giant beast. There was a majestic aura coming from it. On the city wall, there were rows of huge crossbows and a large number of soldiers. Because it was already late at night, the city gates were closed and there was a curfew in the city, so no one could be seen. There was only a faint light. Artillery position. After ZH-01 finished examining the city, he immediately gave the order to attack all mechanical artilleries, fire all your shells. We'll catch the city off guard. Yes. Boom. 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 Behind them. At the artillery position, thousands of artilleries fired at the same time. Thousands of cannonballs rose into the sky, leaving trails of smoke in the night. Rumble. After that, inside Giant Dragon City, the explosion reverberated through the night sky. Countless flames soared into the sky and buildings collapsed. A large number of soldiers were killed and many buildings were destroyed. All troops attack. Undead puppets at the front act as meat shields. Indake 01, YNMMYQ01, LT01, QBZ01, you guys break the gate first. Yes. Roar. Tens of thousands of walking corpse puppets roared and formed an army. They charged at Giant Dragon City with 4 matched at the perfected stage of level 3. Kill. Behind them, more than 100,000 perfected stage level 1 match formed different groups according to the type of soldiers. They charged forward and their battle cries shook the sky. Boom. 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 The artillery shells were fired from a distance. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. Quickly informed the city lord. There are enemies. On the city wall, the soldiers of Colossal Dragon City roared. The next moment, the alarm rang throughout the entire Colossal Dragon City. Rumble. The LT-01 was the fastest. His body turned into a bolt of lightning and purple light flickered. With just a palm strike, he shattered the gate of Giant Dragon City. He was simply invincible. Kill. Immediately after, the walking corpse puppet army was the first to rush into the city, followed by the perfected stage mech army and then the stage 2 mech army. Finally, it was the perfected stage level 2 mech army. Ah. Help. Fut. 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 Inside Giant Dragon City, countless screams sounded out as soldiers were killed, blood splattering everywhere and corpses piling up like mountains. This was a crushing battle. The difference in power is too great. ZH-01 looked at the image of the Giant Dragon City and mumbled, "We just have to push our way in. There's almost no need for any planning." That's true. ZH-02 nodded his head. The siege continued. However, there was no suspense. Under the suppression of 170,000 mechs, Giant Dragon City only had 30,000 soldiers. They were not on the same level. After a few hours, the siege battle was over. The Thiege Crocodile army had won. Giant Dragon City had lost tens of thousands of soldiers in battle. Colossal Dragon City was occupied by the Crocodile Emperor army. The city lord, Hegilon, was killed. The deputy city lord and the remaining soldiers of Colossal Dragon City surrendered. The county head of Colossal Dragon City refused to surrender, so he was killed. Soon after, the Thiege Crocodile army began to rest and reorganize in Giant Dragon City, plundering the resources in the city. On the other side, after Mo Ling returned to the Wuzu Subleague of the Half-Monster Alliance, he reported the situation to the leader of the Subleague, but Jiandli refused to cooperate with the Wuzu Subleague. Alliance Master, since Jiandli doesn't know what's good for him, why don't we just kill him instead of leaving an unstable factor like him alive? To avoid any accidents, said Gao Luoqing. Vice Alliance Master Gao's words are reasonable. Yep. Many elders agreed. Mo Ling did not say anything. Alliance Master, if we attack, will it affect our plan? Rolling asked. Since Jiangli can resist the invasion of the Red Eyebrow Empire and the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom, it means he's not weak. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to kill him. Ikuei said. Alliance Master. I'm willing to do it myself, Gao Luoqing said in a deep voice as he stood up. Instantly, the surrounding elders all looked at Gao Luoqing. Sit down, he said. Humph. The leader of the sub-alliance snorted. We'll think about it. Although Jiangli didn't agree to cooperate with us, he's also an enemy of the Qian dynasty. If we kill Jiangli, we'll be eliminating an enemy for the great Qian dynasty. It'll relieve some pressure and cause us some losses. We'll talk about Jiangli after the plan is successful. Don't touch him for now. But Yingluo, Gao Luoqing was unwilling. It's decided then. Let's discuss our next move, the sub-alliance leader said. Yes. All the elders nodded. Time passed. Half an hour later, the Half-Monster Alliance's meeting ended and the Sub-Alliance Master left. The other elders also left, leaving only Gao Luoqing and Mo Ling in the hall. Mo Ling, don't you think Jiang Li is dangerous? In such a short period of time, he has already developed to the stage, Gao Luoqing said in a deep voice. If he is allowed to continue developing, I'm afraid it will be out of control. So, Mo Ling said, you're going to attack Jiang Li behind the Alliance Master's back. Don't blame me for not reminding you that Jiang Li has more than one perfected stage level 3 experts. Also, don't think I don't know that you're not trying to kill Jiang Li. What you really want is the inheritance of the ancient puppet technique that Jiang Li has mastered. Chapter 203 Occupation. What do you mean by that? Gao Luoqing said in a deep voice. I heard that your mechanism secret skill has reached a bottleneck, so you want to get Jiang Li's ancient puppet technique and learn from it. You want to break through the peak of level 3 and step into level 4. Mo Ling sneered. We are both at the great circle of tier 3. I'm very clear on how difficult it is to break through the bottleneck of tier 4. If I succeed, it'll be a whole new world. However, even I know about you, so how could the Alliance Master not know? Do you think the Alliance Master will allow another tier 4 to appear in the sub-alliance he controls that can compete with him? That's impossible. Mo Ling shook his head. The moment you have the possibility of breaking through, it will be the day of your death. That's all I have to say. You should think about it yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Ling immediately left. Gao Luoqing's face was gloomy. He clenched his fists and remained silent, but his eyes were filled with deep anger, as if he couldn't suppress it. Half-Monster Alliance. Alliance. What a ridiculous phrase. Ying Luo. The next day, in the morning, Jiang Li received the good news from the Crocodile Emperor Legion that they had taken over Giant Dragon City and gathered all the resources in the city. My lord, I think that in order to prevent our forces from being scattered, we should occupy the entire Magic Cauldron County and then transport all the resources back to the Great Xia City. ZH-01 said. Yes. All right. Jiang Li nodded and asked, how long do you need? Because the situation in the Magic Cauldron County is quite chaotic. Other than the 5 cities and the county, there are still 3 mountain villages and the rebel army. It will end in 3 days at the latest. ZH-01 replied. 3 days. 3 days, then. Jiang Li thought for a moment. Okay, 3 days it is. Yes, Chief Sovereign. ZH-01 saluted. The communication was shut down. Time passed by quickly. 3 days passed by in a flash. City Lord's Mansion Courtyard. Boon. Thunder Chi. Jiang Li was running the Thunder Chi skill. His internal force shook and formed an air wave that spread out. His aura was obviously stronger. Who tilde tilde who tilde who tilde. I've finally broken through the 4th meridian with the help of the blood refining bead and the pills. I've reached the mid-stage of level 1. My strength has improved a little. Soon after. Okay. Jiang Li circulated his cultivation technique again to consolidate his cultivation. At this moment, a white messenger pigeon flew into the mansion of the Castellan and stopped in front of Jiang Li. There was a small bamboo tube tied to its leg with a letter in it. Let's go. Jiang Li walked over, grabbed the pigeon, took out the letter, and let it go. It's news from Qianshui City again. I'll read it. Jiang Li walked into the room, unfolded the letter, and read it carefully. Speaking of this, in the past 3 days, nothing happened at the border of Qianshui City. They didn't even see the appearance of barbarian soldiers, but the reconstruction of the spiritual desolate county had begun. At the same time, Luo Qianshui and the others used their network. One had to know. Luo Qianshui had been the city lord of Qianshui City for many years. In addition, Qianshui City's geographical location was extremely important, and Luo Qianshui himself was an early level 3 inborn martial artist. So, She had many friends in the imperial capital of the Great Qian dynasty and many county cities, and these friends didn't know that Luo Qianshui had betrayed the Great Qian dynasty. Luo Qianshui sent a messenger pigeon to his friends and asked them about the situation in the various counties of the Great Qian dynasty. He then told Jiang Li all the information he got. The authenticity of the information was still unknown, but it could be used as a reference. Other than the Great Xia County, Jinwen County, and Qianan County that I already know of, there are 7 other counties that I don't know of in the Great Qian dynasty. Jiang Li read the letter and murmured, nearly 10 counties. This is close to 1/3 of the territory of the Great Qian dynasty. However, it's very strange. Even though the situation is already so grim, King Qian still hasn't sent his troops out. His million-strong army and 100,000 imperial guards are still guarding the capital. They are not leaving at all. What is he trying to do? Jiang Li muttered to himself and couldn't figure it out. Soon after, Jiang Li put down the letter in his hand. He used his internal force and the letter was shattered into pieces. QX01, how's the situation in the Magic Cauldron Prefecture? Jiang Li asked. Ruler, QX02 sent a message an hour ago. They are attacking the city of the Magic Cauldron Prefecture. The outcome will be decided soon. QX01 replied. Contact QX02. Jiang Li said. Yes. QX01 nodded. Buzz. In front of him, QX01 launched a holographic projection and established a holographic communication with QX02. The scene of the battlefield was transmitted to Jiang Li. In the image, at this moment, the Crocodile Emperor Legion was attacking the city of the Magic Cauldron Prefecture. The battle had already entered a state of white heat. Jiang Li's Crocodile Emperor Legion had the absolute advantage. Speaking of this, in these 3 days, the Crocodile Emperor Legion had occupied 5 cities in the Magic Cauldron Prefecture, then 3 mountain villages. Finally, they launched an attack on the city of the Magic Cauldron Prefecture. He just didn't expect. The Commandery Prince of the Magic Cauldron Prefecture had secretly formed an alliance with the rebel army. The 2 sides had actually joined hands. The Commandery Prince of the Magic Cauldron Prefecture had betrayed the Qian dynasty. Hence, the Thiech Crocodile army faced the alliance between the rebel army and the Demon Tripod County army. The joint army now had 300,000 soldiers. Furthermore, they were defending the city and had the geographical advantage. However, even so, against the powerful Thiech Crocodile army, they only managed to hold on for an hour before they could no longer hold on. The city gate was destroyed by YMMYQ-01 with 1 shot. The mechs entered the city. Body of lightning. Boom. Kill. Turned into a bolt of purple lightning and charged into the city. He targeted the Commandery Prince of the Magic Cauldron Commandery and began his killing spree. Boom. Ding Lydian, the Commandery Prince of the Magic Cauldron Commandery, only managed to withstand a few attacks from LT-01 before his head was crushed by LT-01. Die. Whoosh. QBZ-01 activated a number of skills and the heavy spear shot out, containing a strong penetrating power, directly piercing the heart of the rebel leader. A miserable scream rang out. Blood splattered everywhere. Bang. With a shake of the heavy spear, the corpse was torn into pieces. Charge. Kill. Rumble. Cannonballs roared and machine guns fired. The surrounding buildings had collapsed from the explosions. The battlefield in the city was in chaos. The sounds of fighting could be heard everywhere. With the death of the rebel leader and the Commandery Prince of the Magic Cauldron Commandery, the siege battle was coming to an end. Half an hour later, the war was over. The Crocodile Emperor army had won. Out of the 300,000 soldiers, 200,000 had been killed, leaving only about 100,000. They had all surrendered to the Crocodile Emperor army. The Magic Cauldron County was in Jiang Li's hands. It had only been 3 days. They had taken over a prefecture. Shua. The Dominator panel opened. In the Soul Tinder column. In 3 days' time, The Thiech crocodile army had killed nearly 300,000 human soldiers, and the 3 mountain villages had been uprooted, causing a large number of soul tinders to appear. Among them, there were 3,850 level 1 soul tinders, 91 level 2 soul tinders, and no level 3 soul tinders. Fuse. Buzz. Fuse. Jiangli activated the soul tinder fusion function and fused the 3,850 level 1 soul tinders one by one. Then, a series of notifications appeared in front of him. 10 minutes later, the fusion was complete. In total, he had fused 385 times, 130 times of success and 255 times of failure, and he had obtained 130 level 2 soul tinders. In addition to the original level 2 soul tinder, the number of stage 2 soul tinders was 230. Fuse the second stage soul tinder. Fusion. Jiangli continued. The fusion interface opened and a fusion picture appeared. A series of notifications appeared. A few minutes later, the fusion was complete. This time, Jiangli fused 23 times. He failed 19 times and succeeded 4 times. He got 4 level 3 soul tinders. There are already 15 level 3 soul tinders. Jiangli looked at the number of level 3 soul tinders in the column of soul tinders and smiled. He was in a good mood. Naturally, the more soul fire seeds he had, the better. Sure. The interface closed. In the evening, the Crocodile Emperor Legion had already gathered all the resources in the Magic Cauldron County City, the 5 cities, the 3 mountain villages, and so on. They had loaded them onto large military transport trucks. After that, an escort team of 20,000 mechs led by ZH-02 and YNMYQ-01 was transporting the supplies back to the Great Shear City. The next day, at noon, the escort team safely returned to the Great Shear City. Although they encountered a small group of bandits along the way, they were easily exterminated without much trouble. The military trucks filled with herbs and elixirs entered the camp and were all parked inside. Jiangli walked into the temporary camp. The mech stood outside the camp. Hegemon, I'm glad I didn't fail you. Yes. ZH-02 saluted Jiangli. We've successfully occupied the Magic Cauldron County and transported all the resources back to the Great Shear City. Please have a look. All right, he said. Thank you. Jiangli smiled. Thank you for your hard work. This is our duty. ZH-02 said. Yes. All right. Jiangli smiled and said, bring the crystals down first. Yes. ZH-02 nodded and personally moved the lower spiritual crystals from the truck into 2 jade boxes. It was obvious that there were quite a lot of them. Open it. Jiangli suppressed his excitement. Yes. ZH-02 opened the 2 jade boxes. Both boxes were filled with diamond-shaped crystals. There were so many of them that Jiangli's eyes were glowing. Have you counted? Jiangli asked. No, I didn't. ZH-02 shook his head. Jiangli shrugged. It doesn't matter if I count or not. Finished speaking, Jiangli squatted down and put his hands on the 2 jade boxes at the same time. Then he touched the lower spiritual crystals in the boxes. Discovered item that can be converted into energy points. Do you want to convert it? A notification appeared. Yes. Jiangli immediately confirmed. Chapter 204 Unlocking the Tier 3 Mechanical Army. Immediately after. Whoosh! The 2 jade boxes in front of him flashed with white light, and all the lower spiritual crystals in them disappeared and were converted into energy points. A notification popped up in front of Jiangli. Conversion successful. You've received 3852000 energy points. Over 38 million. It's already close to 40 million. Jiangli looked at the notification carefully and murmured, in other words, we've collected 3,852 lower spiritual crystals in the entire Magic Cauldron Prefecture. Yes. If I remember correctly, we only got 1730 spiritual crystals when we plundered the entire spirit-desolated province of the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom. This time, the Magic Cauldron province got more than twice the amount of the spirit-desolated province. Not bad, not bad. Okay. Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction. Sure. Soon after. I'm ready. Jiang Li closed the prompt interface and prepared to convert the herbs and spiritual herbs. My lord, this is what ZH-01 wanted me to pass to you. At this moment, ZH-02 took out a crystal jade slip from his pocket and gave it to Jiang Li. What is this? Jiang Li asked. My lord, this jade slip contains information on spiritual herbs. The contents are related to spiritual herbs and it records in detail most of the spiritual herbs below the 3rd grade, as well as some basic information about the 3rd grade spiritual herbs. We felt that this thing would be useful to the ruler, so we brought it back, said ZH-02. An information jade slip. Jiang Li took it and studied it, but he didn't see anything special. It was like a palm-sized, rectangular, ordinary jade. My lord, you only need to inject your internal force into it and the information recorded inside will be projected. ZH-02 explained. I'll try. Buzz. Okay. Jiang Li nodded and used the technique. The internal force of the thunder chiat gushed out and entered the information jade slip in his hand. The jade slip lit up. Very quickly. A projection of densely packed words appeared. It's really useful to me. I don't know many of them. I don't know their specific effects. Jiang Li read it carefully. With this information jade slip, it'll be much more convenient. It is our honor to be able to share the sovereign's burden. ZH-02 said with a joyful expression. Next, I'll convert all the medicinal herbs. Okay. Jiang Li took back his internal force and the projection disappeared. He then put the jade slip with the information of the spiritual herbs into his pocket. Soon after, he walked to the place where the ordinary medicinal herbs were piled up. These medicinal herbs occupied a large area of the camp's open space and were piled up like a small mountain, looking extremely spectacular. One had to know. The Magic Cauldron Prefecture was one of the famous medicine merchant prefectures of the Great Qian dynasty. It was rich in natural resources and had many places where spiritual and medicinal herbs were planted. Many county cities of the Great Qian dynasty would buy medicinal and spiritual herbs from the Magic Cauldron County. Some spiritual herbs could only be found in the Magic Cauldron County and couldn't be bought in other county cities. So, this time, the Thiege crocodile army's harvest was huge. A large number of ordinary medicinal herbs were packed in wooden boxes and arranged in a row. Convert. Buzz. Yes. Jiang Li put his hand on the herbs and touched the wooden box. Then, a prompt appeared in front of his eyes and he confirmed it. Activate conversion function. A large white light flashed. It was rather glaring. Sure. Conversion successful. You've received 4205080 energy points. A notification appeared. There's actually more than 40 million. Jiang Li's eyes widened in surprise. Although he had already expected that he would gain a lot this time, he was still very confident. But when he successfully converted all the herbs, the amount of energy points he got surprised Jiang Li. One had to know. Jiang Li got all the ordinary herbs from the Spirit Desolate County. After he successfully converted them, he only got around 6 million energy points, but he got more than 40 million from the Magic Cauldron County. The difference was almost 7 times. The ordinary herbs in the Magic Cauldron County were 7 times more than those in the Spirit Desolate County. If it was converted to real gold and silver, it was worth more than 4 billion taels of silver. 4 billion taels of silver. Jiang Li thought for a while. 1 tael of gold is equivalent to 100 taels of silver. That's more than 40 million taels of silver. It doesn't seem like a lot. You must know that a few days ago, Mo Ling, the Vice Alliance Master of the Half-Monster Alliance, wanted to discuss a business deal with me about medicinal herbs worth 1 billion taels of gold and spirit herbs worth 10 billion taels of gold. How many energy points can I get if I close the deal? Jiang Li thought. TSK. I can't. Jiang Li's eyes were red. Such a big cake is in front of me, but I can't get it. It's so tempting and uncomfortable. And how did the Half-Monster Alliance get so many herbs? Jiang Li thought to himself. Continue the transformation. I'm ready. Jiangli calmed down and walked to the place where the spiritual herbs were piled up. He took a deep breath, put his right hand on the spiritual herbs, and started the conversion. Buzz. Another large white light flashed. All the spirit herbs disappeared and were converted into energy points. Conversion successful. You've received 127004000 energy points. A notification appeared. Sigh. Jiangli couldn't help but take a deep breath this time. He looked at the number on the screen and suddenly became excited. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. 127 million. It had broken 100 million. The number of energy points had exceeded 100 million. There are so many energy points. Jiangli took a few more deep breaths to calm himself down. Great. As expected of the Magic Cauldron County. With this, I have fulfilled all the conditions to unlock the Stage 3 mechanical army. Jiangli was very happy. My lord, these are the Tier 2 superior grade spirit herbs that you asked us to distribute. There are 1120 of them, 3 of them are Tier 3 inferior grade spirit herbs, and 1 of them is Tier 3 intermediate grade spirit herb. ZH02 pointed ahead. All right, he said. Okay. Jiangli nodded and closed the interface. What spiritual herbs do you have? My lord, ZH01 and this subordinate have made a copy of most of the information regarding the elixir and have recorded it in the smart chip. 1120 stalks of Tier 2 superior grade spiritual herbs. 900 of them are ordinary Tier 2 superior grade spiritual herbs. They are used to concoct Tier 2 superior grade medicinal pills. In addition, there are 100 more special ones. They are the supplementary ingredients needed to refine a third-grade pill. They are of high value and are relatively rare. It is generally difficult to obtain them. The last 20 plants have various special effects, such as the bone-growing fruit and the muscle-growing flower. If consumed at the same time, it can regrow a broken limb. There is also the marrow-cleansing lotus that can increase one's martial arts aptitude, and so on. ZH01 explained in detail. Okay, I got it. Okay. Jiangli nodded. Send these spiritual herbs to the warehouse and distribute the spiritual herbs that can improve your martial arts talent and cultivation. I have use for them. Yes. ZH01 nodded. Now that he had gathered all the energy points and soul tinder, Jiangli was in a hurry to unlock the level 3 mechanical army. He had to put other things aside. After leaving the temporary camp, Jiangli returned to the city lord's mansion. In the bedroom, Shua. The Dominator panel opened. In the soul tinder column, there were no more level 1 and level 2 soul tinders, only 15 level 3 soul tinders. Speaking of this, the Crocodile Emperor Legion took 3 days to occupy the Demon Tripod province and lost 3,000 perfected stage level 1 mechs, 1,000 early stage level 2 mechs, and 100 perfected stage level 2 mechs. 100 perfected stage level 1 mechs self-destructed, 10 early stage level 2 mechs self-destructed, and none of the perfected stage level 2 mechs self-destructed. It could be said that the losses were very small. The perfected stage level 1 mech recovered 217,500 energy points, the early stage level 2 mech recovered 495,000 energy points, and the perfected stage level 2 mech recovered 750,000 energy points. He had obtained a total of 207574800 energy points from the Magic Cauldron Prefecture. The war had consumed 580,500 energy points. In the energy points column, Jiangli now had 220751110 energy points. Over 220 million. Unlocking the Mechanical Army Stage 2 troop class. Jiangli controlled the Dominator panel and used 9 level 3 soul tinders and 100 million energy points to unlock the interface of level 3 Mechanical Army. A notification flashed before his eyes. 9 stage 3 soul tinders and 100 million energy points have been achieved. Unlocking conditions have been met. Unlocking the interface of the Stage 3 military types of the Mechanical Army. Please wait patiently. 10, 9, 8, 7. The countdown has ended. The interface for the Mechanical Army Stage 3 military type has been successfully unlocked. can be expanded. 10 seconds passed. Unlocking complete. Sure. Master panel. Master, Jiang Lead. Gain, Super Mechanical Army. Interface, Army type. Mechanical Army type can be expanded. Mechanical Navy type cannot be expanded. Mechanical Air Force type cannot be expanded. Mechanical Interstellar type cannot be expanded. Special Mechanical Army type can be expanded. Energy points 120751110. Soul Tinder 6 level 3 Soul Tinders. Open the Mechanical Army type interface. Jiang Li had an idea. In front of him, the interface changed. A new window popped up. Interface, Mechanical Army type. Level 1 troop type, UU omitted. Level 2 troop type, Bayan omitted. Level 3 mech types, Liquid Metal Mech, unlocked. Exoskeleton Armor Mech, locked. 6/8, Laser Weapon Mech, locked. Ultrasonic Mech, locked. Energy Mech, locked. Level 3 troop class, I've finally unlocked it. I'll be able to use energy points to make level 3 mechs. I don't need to use the level 3 Soul Tinder anymore. Jiang Li smiled as he looked at the content on the interface. Of course, unlocking the new recruit seed still requires a level 3 Soul Tinder. To unlock the Exoskeleton Armor Mech, I need 8 level 3 Soul Tinders. I only have 6 now, so I'm short of 2. Let's make the Liquid Metal Mech first. Jiang Li thought. Chapter 205 The Liquid Metal Mech. Immediately create 100 liquid metal mechs. Let's go. Jiang Li controlled the Dominator panel and created 100 liquid metal mechs in the first batch. Among them, every Stage 3 soldier class required 100,000 energy points. Create 100. It consumed 10 million energy points. Sure. The manufacturing interface appeared. In the interface, it was an illusory figure. Buzz. Countless light spots filled in the surroundings and gradually solidified. A minute later, creation complete. A notification appeared. Sure. In Jiang Li's bedroom, 100 figures appeared out of thin air. They almost filled the entire room. It was very crowded. My lord. Immediately, Jiang Li, the 100 liquid metal mechs saluted Jiang Li and shouted in unison. Yes. Okay. Jiang Li nodded in response. It could be seen. These liquid metal mechs were all wearing camouflaged military uniforms and hats. They had square faces and looked determined. They were all wearing black sunglasses. The most important thing was, they were not equipped with any weapons for the time being. Bare-handed. Sure. Troop type, liquid metal mech. Rank, early stage of rank 3. No, YTJS-01. Skill, stage 3 low-grade liquid metal body. Liquid metal machinery, a mechanical creation that is not afraid of death, pain, and infinite loyalty. It is made of liquid metal as the main material and has no fatal weakness. The damage caused can be repaired automatically. Unless the strength of the attack reaches the critical point of the liquid metal, it cannot be destroyed. Advancement requirement, 200,000 energy points. Jiang Li checked all the information about the liquid metal mech. In general, the liquid metal mech had an almost immortal body. Its body could transform between liquid and solid, and it could change its appearance at will. It had the ability to transform. Of course, it wasn't really immortal. As long as the attack reached the critical point of the liquid metal, or in a very short time, more than 90% of the liquid metal mech would be damaged. Only then could he destroy the liquid metal mech. However, it wasn't that easy to achieve this. There was another thing. The Stage 3 troop classes that were created using energy points only had one skill, unlike the Stage 3 troop classes that were upgraded from Stage 1 or 2, which had multiple skills. Naturally, there would be a difference in strength. Not bad. Okay. Jiang Li nodded with satisfaction. Upgrade 50 liquid metal mechs to perfected stage level 3. Jiang Li looked at the remaining energy points. It wasn't enough to upgrade all 100 liquid metal mechs to perfected stage level 3, so he only upgraded half of them. Upgrading one liquid metal mech to the perfected stage of level 3 required 140,000 points, and 50 of them would require 70 million energy points. Buzz. Buzz. From YTJS-01 to YTJS-050, the 50 liquid metal mechs had a few flashes of light on their bodies, and they completed their upgrade in a few seconds. After the promotion, there was not much change in their appearance, but each liquid metal mech was equipped with a weapon, and their ranks were all promoted to colonel. Troop type, liquid metal mech. Rank, grand completion of rank 3. No, YTJS-01. Skill, tier 3 liquid metal body. Equipment, tier 3 exquisite liquid metal gloves. Liquid metal machinery, omitted. Advancement requirements, 1 level 4 soul tinder, 1 million energy points. Soon after, Jiang Li looked at the energy points column. He still had 407,51110 energy points left. There were still a lot of them. It was enough for another wave of soldiers. If he wanted to create a large number of mechs, he definitely couldn't do it here. This was because the place was too small. So, Jiang Li walked out of the city lord's mansion and went to the temporary military camp. 100 liquid metal mechs followed him and lived in the camp. My lord, are they the new level 3 troop class? ZH-02 and ZH-03 were both in the temporary camp. They were talking about the current situation. When they saw Jiang Li, they immediately stood up and saluted. When they saw the liquid metal mech behind Jiang Li, they couldn't help but ask. Yes. Yes. Jiang Li nodded. They are the new level 3 troop, the liquid metal mechs. This is great. ZH-02 and ZH-03 looked at each other, their faces filled with joy. Commander. At this moment, the 100 liquid metal mechs greeted ZH-02 and ZH-03. Obviously, the battlefield commander had a higher status among the mechs, so he could command the mechs to fight. Generally speaking, if the other mechs wanted to command their mechs to fight, they needed Jiang Li's permission and orders first. For example, when YMMYQ-01 and the others were the temporary commanders, it was Jiang Li who gave the order to the mechs, so YMMYQ-01 and the others could command the battle. Furthermore, they could only command the troops that Jiang Li had set. Hello. ZH-02 and ZH-03 saluted in response to the 100 liquid metal mechs. Chief Sovereign, I just had a detailed discussion with ZH-03, ZH-02 said. I even contacted ZH-01 through the Intel mech. After some discussion, we feel that the news of the 300,000-strong demon army being wiped out in Jinwen County cannot be hidden for long. The Red Eyebrows Demon Kingdom will find out about the situation sooner or later. We have already occupied Jinwen County, so it is easy for them to know that we have annihilated the 300,000 demon soldiers of the Red-Browed Demon Kingdom. In addition, the assassins sent by the Red Eyebrows Yarrow Kingdom failed to assassinate him last time. Under such circumstances, we have already formed a deep enmity with the Red Eyebrows Yarrow Kingdom. We have also prevented the Red Eyebrows Yarrow Kingdom from obtaining any benefits from the Great Qian dynasty. Therefore, the Red Eyebrows Yarrow Kingdom will definitely attack us. Yes. Jiang Li nodded. You're right. In fact, I've thought about that too. A war with the Red Eyebrow Empire is inevitable. Yes, I am. ZH-02 nodded his head. We were worried that we didn't have enough strength and manpower, so we were thinking of a plan. Should we give up on the Great Xia and Jinwen County? Or we can push deeper into the Great Qian dynasty while retreating and avoiding a direct confrontation with the Red Eyebrows Yarrow Kingdom. We can slowly accumulate our strength. But it seems like there's no need for that now. Because the ruler has unlocked a level 3 troop class and has more than 50 powerful combat forces at the perfected stage of level 3, which is enough to deter the Red Eyebrows Yarrow nation. The biggest problem is the 4th rank. We don't have a Type 4 combat power, ZH-03 replied. Level 4 is the power of a National Guardian level. They won't easily make a move, ZH-02 replied. Even if a Stage 4 is involved, as long as we have enough perfected Stage Level 3 mechs, we will be able to fight against a Stage 4. ZH-02 said. There's no hurry. No. Jiangli waved his hand and said, "As long as the Red Eyebrow Empire hasn't sent troops, we still have time to grow. The only thing we lack is energy points." "Yes." ZH-02 and ZH-03 nodded. "I'll replenish the Crocodile Emperor Legion's losses first. Build 3,000 level 1 mechs and 1,100 level 2 mechs." Jiangli used 113,000 energy points to control the Dominator panel. Sure. The manufacturing interface popped out. Illusionary figures appeared one after another. Each illusionary figure represented a troop type, and the number of words next to the illusionary figures was the number of soldiers to be created. A minute later. Creation complete. Sure. Sure. A few thousand mechs appeared out of thin air. "My lord." The mechs saluted Jiangli. "Yes. Yes." Jiangli nodded and spent 182,000 energy points. Upgrade 3,000 level 1 mechs and 100 level 2 mechs. Buzz. A white light flashed. The upgrade was completed a few seconds later. The battle losses had been replenished. Immediately after, Jiangli used 1 million energy points to make 100,000 early stage level 1 mechs. He made 25,000 of each of the 5 types of mechs, except for the Intel mechs. A minute later, the production was completed. Sure. 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 In the temporary military camp, a large group of people appeared out of thin air and showed their real bodies. They were divided into 4 groups and saluted Jiangli. If others were to see such a scene, they would probably be dumbfounded. Because he created 25,000 cold weapon mechs at once, Jiangli triggered a special probability this time an elite troop appeared. However, there were no new elite troops. Among them, there were 50 hammer mechs, 50 axe mechs, 50 spear mechs, and 50 archer mechs. There were 200 elite soldiers in total. "It's all right." "Okay." Jiangli nodded and continued to control the Dominator panel. Upgrade 100,000 mechs. This time, it consumed a total of 14 million energy points. Buzz. Buzz. A large area of white light flickered. There were too many of them, and when they combined together, the white light was extremely dazzling and eye-catching. A few seconds later, all the mechs had been upgraded. After making the level 1 mechs, Jiangli had 228,01110 energy points left. He then used 20 million energy points to make 20,000 early stage level 2 mechs. He had created 4,000 soldiers for each of the 5 second stage troop classes. Sure. A notification appeared in front of Jiangli's eyes. "Congratulations, my lord. Because you created 4,000 mechanical rangers at the same time, a special probability has been triggered. You have obtained a rank 2 elite troop type, Mechanical Mammoth Rangers X2. Obviously, an elite troop class dropped. I'm quite lucky." Jiangli raised his eyebrows. "There are 2 rank 2 elite units. They are both Mechanical Mammoth Rangers, but I don't have enough energy points now. I only have 2 million points left. I can't upgrade these 2 elite units." Currently, Jiangli's mechs had exceeded 300,000. There were a total of 310,212. Among them, there were 260,097 perfected stage level 1 mechs, 45,500 early stage level 2 mechs, 4,507 perfected stage level 2 mechs, 50 early stage level 3 mechs, and 58 perfected stage level 3 mechs. The next day, in the morning, Jiangli gathered his troops. There were more than 140,000 mechs in total. 120,000 of them were sent by Jiangli yesterday, and the remaining 20,000 were the escort team. More than 140,000 mechs set off from the Great Shear City to the Magic Cauldron Prefecture and met up with the Thiech Crocodile army led by ZH-01. That afternoon, under the leadership of ZH-01 and ZH-02, they continued to conquer the surrounding counties according to Jiangli's orders. Chapter 206: The 10 Counties. In the next few days, Jiangli finally saw how powerful the mech army was. It could be described in 3 words. It was invincible. No one could stop him. Ever victorious, the Thiech crocodile army conquered one county city after another at an unimaginable speed. They took over the territory of the Great Qian dynasty and took over the fallen Phoenix County, Shanhe County, Chaoyang County, and several other large counties. At the same time, a large number of resources were also sent to the Great Xia city in batches. Jiandli gained a lot of energy points from them. His original energy points increased from 280-1110 to 128241000. The number of energy points broke 100 million again. In 7 days' time, they had occupied and taken down 7 major counties in total and gained 125439890 energy points. They had killed nearly 400,000 human soldiers. In reality, from the 3rd day on, the name of Jiandli's mech army had spread throughout the dynasty. All the surrounding counties knew that there was an invincible and powerful army, and it was Jiandli's army. So, ever since they took down Chaoyang County, the other 4 counties didn't put up much resistance. They surrendered as soon as Jiandli's mech army arrived. He had conquered 4 large counties almost effortlessly. As a result, Jiandli had already occupied 10 counties of the Great Qian dynasty, including Great Xia County, Prince Jin County, Magic Cauldron County, Fallen Phoenix County, Mountain River County, and Chaoyang County. One had to know. There were only 36 county cities in the entire Great Qian dynasty, but Jiandli had already occupied 10, which was almost 1/3 of the territory of the Great Qian dynasty. On the other side, on the Red Eyebrows Yoa Kingdom side, they had just received the news that the 300,000-strong demon army had been annihilated a day ago. At the same time, Zuling had also received the news that the assassination had failed. The Demon Kingdom's palace. Zuling, oh Zuling, take a good look at this. This is the good plan you came up with. The so-called foolproof plan is just bullshit. Not only did you cause the 300,000 demon soldiers to be annihilated, but you also killed the top assassins that you have trained with great difficulty. Li Wei's tone was cold as he chided, "It's been so many days, but we've only just received the news. Zhu Ling, you'll have to take full responsibility for this. Also, I told you. We should have led 1,000,000 troops and killed them. We are wasting time and making Jiandli stronger. I'm guilty. I'm sorry." Zhu Ling lowered his head and didn't argue. "I was wrong. I didn't expect Jiandli to be so powerful. Even An Ying failed to assassinate him. To tell the truth, Zhu Ling really didn't expect this. Shadow actually failed." Zhu Ling was extremely shocked when he received the news. "I'm unemployed." Kaimo raised his head, and his ruby-like eyes were calm and without any waves. He slowly said, "I order you to lead an army of 1,000,000 and attack the Great Xia province." "Yes, sir." "I will definitely return with the news of victory," Li Wei bowed and said. "Yes." Kaimo nodded. At the same time, within the Great Genlord dynasty, things had developed faster than he had imagined. As more and more counties in the Great Qian dynasty were taken over by the rebel army, their power and army grew stronger and stronger, forming a dragon-like aura that could destroy everything. Among them, in the end, they formed 3 powerful main forces of the rebel army. One of them was the Shan County rebel army, which was gradually developing and growing. It was led by the leader of the rebel army, Li Xiao'er. Mo Yangping of the Magic Cauldron County was also developing well, but he was killed by the Emperor's alligator troop led by ZH-01. There was also the Devil County, a border county of the Lion Barbarian Kingdom in the west, which was their stronghold. The Devil County rebel army had gradually developed and grown stronger, and it was led by the leader of the rebel army, Shi Qing. The last rebel army was the most powerful. This army was named the Gan Slaughtering Army. They started from the Wuan County in the inner land of the Great Qian dynasty and occupied the surrounding county cities. In the end, they formed a huge army. The leader was Tu Wanling. Ya. In the air, they were blood-eyed crows, flying into the Wuzu Plain, then to the Wuzu Sub-League of the Half-Monster Alliance, and then into the palace on the main peak. "Our time has come. Buzz." The Sub-Alliance master wearing a colorful ghost mask stood up. His voice was calm, but it contained an indescribable power. "Catcher! Catcher. Instantly. In the sky above the main peak, dark clouds gathered, forming bolts of lightning. Vaguely, it was as if a black true dragon was gradually taking shape. In the dark, there was a gathering of power from all directions. Wuzu Sub-League of the Half-Monster Alliance, all of you, move out. The Sub-Alliance leader said. Yes. Yes, sir. In the surroundings, Mo Ling, Gao Luoqing, Luo Lin, Ikue, Hong Luan, many elders and the members of the Half-Monster Alliance stood up one after another. They were densely packed. There were many half-fiends. It was almost as if one could not see the end of it. The Great Gan Lord Dynasty. The capital. There were a total of 5 county cities surrounding the capital. Like the stars surrounding the moon, they protected the capital and were the last barrier of the Great Gan Lord Dynasty. They were Prince Protecting County, Dragon Guard County, Baoping County, Eagle Guard County, and Zhong County. At this moment, in the Wild Goose County, which was close to the Dragon Guard County, in the camp of the Shan Army, the army move out. Li Shao'er received the message from Wuzu Sub-League of the Half-Monster Alliance. He slowly got up and walked out of the commander's tent. He sent a message to the deputy general and gave an order. Yes. Half an hour later, the entire Shan army had gathered, a total of 500,000 soldiers. Among them, there were many Stage 2 and even Stage 3 experts. Among them, Li Shao'er was a peak-level expert at the perfected stage of Type 3, just one step away from Type 4. Let's go. Li Shao'er rode on the Flood Dragon Lion and led the 500,000 soldiers of the Shan army to Weilong County. In reality, it was not just Li Shao'er's Shan army. Xiuqing's rebel army had also started to move. Their numbers were even greater than Li Shao'er's Shan army, already approaching 7,000,000. Finally, they were 2 Wanling's 2 Gan army. This was a powerful army. He was very powerful and the military qi was extremely thick. It enveloped the entire army like a blood mist, so thick that it could not be dispersed. The number of soldiers had already reached 1 million. Obviously. Until now, the plan of a dragon contest of the Wuzu Sub-League of the Half-Monster Alliance had reached the final stage. Of the 36 hidden chess pieces he had laid down, only 3 were left. It gave birth to 3 flood dragons. Li Shao'er, Xiuqing, and 2 Wanling. They formed 3 rebel army corps and launched their final attack on the capital of the Great Gan Dynasty. At the same time, the Wuzu Sub-League of the Half-Monster Alliance had been waiting for a long time, and the time was ripe, so all of them went to the capital of the Qian Dynasty to prepare for the final battle. The Half-Monster Alliance and the Great Gan Lord Dynasty. Who would win or lose? The final result would also be revealed in this final battle. On the other side, the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom had received the news and had begun to retreat. This was because they had already gained enough benefits. They had occupied several county cities and plundered a large number of resources and spoils of war. Compared to the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom, the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom was quite lucky. The Great Xia City. Shua. A white messenger pigeon flew into the mansion and stopped in front of Jiang Li. Another message. Jiang Li reached out his hand and the pigeon flew into his hand. He took off the bamboo tube from the bird's claw and took out the letter. The letter was unfolded. Jiang Li read the letter carefully and shattered it into pieces with his internal force. The pieces fell to the ground and he murmured, "The Half-Monster Alliance's plan has already reached the final stage so quickly. It's only been half a month since the plan started. Is the Great Qian Dynasty going to fall?" To tell the truth, Jiang Li couldn't believe it. He felt that the Half-Monster Alliance's plan was going too smoothly. Shua. The Dominator panel opened. Jiang Li looked at the information on the interface. Among them, Sol Tinder. After so many days of battle, ZH-01 had led the Thiech Crocodile Army and occupied 7 major counties of the Great Gan Lord Dynasty, producing many Sol Tinders. There were 4,358 Level 1 Sol Tinders, 110 Level 2 Sol Tinders, and a Level 3 Sol Tinder. Jiang Li now had 7 Level 3 Sol Tinders. He only needed one more to unlock the exoskeleton armor mech. At the same time, the Crocodile Emperor army had lost 7,000 perfected stage level 1 mechs, 2,000 early stage level 2 mechs, and 100 perfected stage level 2 mechs. 500 perfected stage level 1 mechs, 100 early stage level 2 mechs, and 10 perfected stage level 2 mechs self-destructed. A total of 211,250 energy points had been recovered. It took 455,000 energy points to replenish the damaged mechs. In terms of consumption during the war, 804,500 energy points were used. In the energy points column, Jiangli had a total of 124,999,000 energy points. Fuse with the Soul Fire Seed. Soon after fuse, Jiangli controlled the Dominator panel and started the Soul Tinder fusion function. He first fused all 4,000 level 1 Soul Tinders. He had fused a total of 435 times, 145 times of success and 290 times of failure, and obtained 145 stage 2 souls. Continued to fuse the second stage Soul Tinder. Buzz. Jiangli continued to merge more than 200 level 2 Soul Tinders. He could merge them 25 times in total. He succeeded 5 times and failed 20 times. He had obtained 5 level 3 Soul Tinders. As a result, there were still 8 level 1 Soul Tinders and 5 level 2 Soul Tinders left. Jiangli now had 12 level 3 Soul Tinders and he needed 8 to unlock the exoskeleton armor mech. Unlock the exoskeleton armor mech. Jiangli had an idea. Do you wish to use 8 level 3 Soul Tinders to unlock the exoskeleton armor mech? A notification appeared. Yes. Jiangli confirmed. Buzz. Soldier type column. In the interface, there was a flash of light and the 8 level 3 Soul Tinders disappeared. The exoskeleton armor mech had become unlocked. The exoskeleton armor mech has been successfully unlocked. A notification appeared. At the same time, the conditions to unlock the laser weapon mech appeared. Level 3 mech types, liquid metal mech, unlocked, exoskeleton armor mech, unlocked, laser weapon mech, locked 4/16, ultrasonic mech, locked, energy mech, locked. To unlock the laser weapon mechs, you need 16 level 3 Soul Tinders. Jiangli looked around and murmured, it's still too early. Let's make the exoskeleton armor mech first. Jiangli operated the Dominator panel and started to create new units. Chapter 207A Million. Create 10 exoskeleton armor mechs. This time, Jiangli only used 1 million energy points to make 10 exoskeleton armor mechs. It was too expensive to make a level 3 mech. Buzz. The manufacturing interface appeared. In the image, an illusionary figure appeared. There was a number X10 beside the figure. Countless light spots filled in. A minute later, creation complete. Shua. 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 The mechs gradually became real in front of Jiangli's eyes. They were mechs. A total of 10. They stood in a row. My lord. They saluted Jiangli at the same time. Yes. Okay. Jiangli nodded and sized up the exoskeleton armor mech. It was very normal. He was no different from an ordinary person, and there was nothing unusual about him. He was still wearing a camouflaged military uniform and a military cap. His face was expressionless and he looked very cold. It was only the first glance. He really couldn't see how it had anything to do with the exoskeleton armor. It was just like an ordinary person without any weapons or equipment. He didn't even have a pistol. However, he took a closer look. On their wrists, they all wore a 2-centimeter wide watch. It was not very delicate and it was army green in color. Shua. Unit type, exoskeleton armor mech. Rank, early stage of rank 3. No, WGGZJ01. Skill, level 3 low-grade armor control. Equipment, stage 3 low-grade exoskeleton armor equipment. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Advancement requirement, 200,000 energy points. Jiangli read the information of the exoskeleton armor mech carefully. WGGZJ01, show me your ability. Jiang Li said. Yes, Chief Sovereign. Yes, sir. WGGZJ01, who was standing on the first seat on the right, nodded. He walked out of the line, saluted to Jiang Li, and then moved. Armor control, activate exoskeleton armor equipment. Whoosh. It could be seen. WGGZJ01's eyes flickered with energy and his right hand lightly tapped on his left wrist, activating the exoskeleton armor. Immediately after. Catcher. Catcher. A white light spread out from the watch and quickly covered the mech's body. Then, it turned into an exoskeleton armor and covered the mech's body. It was only for a moment. What's going on in front of Jiang Li was a 2-meter-tall robot-like soldier covered in exoskeleton armor. Oh. Transformation. Jiang Li raised his eyebrows. It's a little different from the game. To tell the truth, when the exoskeleton armor mech activated the equipment, it was similar to the transformation of an armored warrior. It was quite similar. My lord, before the exoskeleton armor is activated, we have a certain level of combat power. However, after the exoskeleton armor is activated, our combat power will increase by several times. WGGZJ01 said. Yes. Okay. Jiang Li nodded. I'll know your combat strength when I get on the battlefield. Jiang Li said. Yes, Chief Sovereign. The exoskeleton armor match said in unison. Upgrade. Buzz. Soon after. Jiang Li used 14 million energy points to upgrade the 10 exoskeleton armored match to the perfected stage of level 3. A white light flashed. A few seconds passed. The 10 exoskeleton armor match were all upgraded. Similarly, their appearances hadn't changed much. Only their skills and equipment had been upgraded to Tier 3 top-tier equipment. Naturally, their strength had received a massive boost. They were all promoted to Colonel. He still had 109990000 energy points left. Hence, Jiang Li used 70 million points to upgrade all 50 early stage level 3 liquid metal mechs of the Crocodile Emperor Legion to perfected level 3. With the remaining 3999000 energy points, Jiang Li made 200,000 early stage level 1 mechs and upgraded them to the perfected stage. He had spent a total of 30 million energy points. Among them, combat mech, cold weapon mech, firearm mech, and biochemical mech. He created 50,000 of each mech. He did not build intel mechs. For the time being, 97 perfected stage level 1 intel mechs and 3 perfected stage level 2 holographic mechs were enough. He didn't need to build more intel mechs. And this time, Jiang Li didn't make any level 2 mechs. Jiang Li's mech army had enough high-end combat power. He needed more soldiers. Currently, Jiang Li's total military force had reached 510212, an army of 500,000 mechs. Furthermore, all of them were at the perfected stage of level 1 or above. There was more. The number of walking corpse puppets had reached 100,000. Plus, Jiang Li had conquered 10 large counties. The human army that had surrendered to him could make up an army of 500,000. In other words, the number of troops that Jiang Li could mobilize had exceeded 1 million. It's 1 million. Jiang Li took a deep breath and clenched his fists. He felt a sense of achievement. I've gained control of an army of 1 million without realizing it. This power is not weak. I already have the power to fight against a kingdom. The only thing I'm lacking is Tier 4 combat power. However, I have YMMYQ-01 and Index-01. I was lucky enough to have 2 mechanical mammoth rangers drop a few days ago. The elite troops are equipped with extremely powerful combat power. In addition, there are 100 perfected stage level 3 liquid metal mechs and 10 exoskeleton armor mechs. It's not like I'm completely powerless against Tier 4. QX-01. Jiang Li said. Please give us your orders, Chief Sovereign. QX-01, who had been following Jiang Li, walked up to him. Contact ZH-01. Jiang Li said. Yes. QX01 quickly established a holographic communication with QX02. Buzz. The holographic image was projected in front of Jiang Li. In the image, ZH01, ZH02, QX02, and a few other mechs. My lord. They saluted. Yes. Yes. Jiang Li nodded. ZH01, you don't have to push forward anymore, let alone attack the Royal Guard County. Pass on my order. Gather all the human soldiers in the 9 major counties. We'll arrive at Great Xia City by tomorrow evening. Also, take all the mech back to the Great Xia City immediately. Yes. ZH01 and the rest immediately responded. Meish asked, my lord, what are we going to do next? ZH02 asked. Yes. Yes. Jiang Li nodded. I'm going to gather all our forces and launch an all-out attack on the Red Eyebrows Shifter Kingdom. Then, I'll use war to build up my strength and take down the Red Eyebrows Shifter Kingdom. This buy-in. ZH01 and ZH02 looked at each other. I understand. Soon after. Yes. They nodded. We will definitely do our best to assist you. All right, he said. Okay, Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction, act as soon as possible. If there's a county city that doesn't send troops, just destroy it. Yes, sir. ZH01 nodded again. Hegemon, what about the Great Genlord dynasty? ZH01 asked again. The Wuzu subleague of the Half-Monster Alliance is ready to launch a general attack on the Great Shen dynasty. If nothing goes wrong, the final battle will definitely happen in the capital in 3 days. We are not participating. Ignore them. Jiang Li waved his hand. Let them fight. The Wuzu subleague of the Half-Monster Alliance can help us distract the Chen dynasty. The fiercer they fight, the more likely we'll have a chance. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for Wuzu subleague's sudden move, causing the Great Chen dynasty to fall into chaos, I wouldn't have developed to this extent. Yes. ZH01 didn't say anything else. In reality, the Great Shen dynasty had 36 counties. Apart from the 10 that Jiang Li occupied, the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom occupied 3 counties. The rebels took everything else. In other words, there was nothing left in the Great Genlord dynasty. Even if there was, they were all gathered in the capital. They wanted to take down the capital. In that case, he would have to kill King Chen. On the other hand, in the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom, Jiang Li had only plundered 1 Red Dragon County. There were many other big counties in the Red Eyebrow Empire that he could plunder. There was another thing. If Jiang Li participated in the final battle in the capital, there would definitely be a 3-way battle. If they started fighting, the Red Eyebrow Empire would suddenly attack him from behind. That would be troublesome. Jiang Li would be attacked from both sides and the Red Eyebrow Empire and the Black Snake Empire would benefit greatly. If Jiang Li didn't participate in the battle at the capital city and chose to invade the Red Eyebrow Empire instead, the situation was completely different. Neither the Wuzu subleague nor the Great Genlord dynasty had the time to bother with Jiang Li, because they were busy with the final battle. He had no time to split his attention. In the evening, news came from ZH01's side and they sent out small units to inform the various counties to form their human army and head towards the Great Xia City. Everything was going smoothly. 9 county cities. They all followed Jiang Li's order. None of the county cities dared to disobey. There was only one point. Jiang Li didn't expect this. The number of human soldiers in the 9 county cities was more than Jiang Li had expected. He thought there were only 500,000, but it turned out to be 600,000. It was 100,000 more than Jiang Li expected. City Lord's mansion. In the bedroom. Whoosh! Jiang Li's body shook and his internal force shook. He activated the Thunder Chi skill and opened the 5th meridian. His cultivation had a small breakthrough again. Not only that. This afternoon, Jiang Li's thunder movement technique had also reached the basic level. Obviously, after cultivating for 7 days in a row and consuming 2 stalks of marrow-cleansing flowers, his martial arts aptitude had improved again. However, after consuming 2 stalks of marrow-cleansing flowers and a second Great Spirit herb, there was no longer any effect. He had already reached his limit. If Jiangli wanted to improve his talent, he would need higher-grade spiritual herbs. The next day, outside the Great Xia City, rumble. The ground was shaking. One after another, human armies arrived at the Great Xia City. As the city couldn't accommodate so many soldiers, they had to temporarily set up camp outside the city. On the city wall, Hong Qianche, Hu Dong, Xu Wei, and Han Liki looked at the army outside the city in shock. They couldn't help but swallow. Qingjin County, Magic Cauldron County, Fallen Phoenix County, Xuanji County, Mountain River County. These troops are all elite soldiers from other counties, Han Liki said in shock. The number of soldiers has already exceeded 500,000.